I am going to build a fully stack Instagram clone using Next.js, Firebase and Tailwind CSS. This series is going to start today, means 24 August, 10 PM IST onwards. In this particular series, we are going to build an Instagram clone, a fully featured Instagram clone. Let's see what are the features and what are the functionalities and what is the tech stack we are going to use. So we are using Firebase, we are using Next.js and we are using Tailwind CSS. Why Firebase? Because it is easier for beginner developers to start with. You don't have to worry much about SQL queries. You don't have to worry much about all of the database complexities which you can see in the SQL database. Firestore is a NoSQL database which you can use to build project as a beginner developer. If you are just starting out with React or if you are just starting out with Next, this will be a best project for you. This will be a resume worthy or valuable project you can also put in your portfolio or in your resume. This is a great and big project we are going to build. Let's see what are the features and then we will see the demo of the application we will be going to build. This has authentication with a cool animation authentication page. The user will onboard. Then we are going to understand how Firestore works. Firestore is a NoSQL database and how it is different from MongoDB and how we are going to use it in our application. Then we will going to see how to manage state in our Next.js application. We are going to use context API to manage our state. We are going to use reducer hook. We are going to use memo, use effect, use state, all of those cool hooks. And then these are the pages we are going to build. We are going to build Instagram feed, a profile page, a post model, a comments section and all of this. Some of its cool feature like you can upload a post with a caption. You can like a post, you can save a post, you can follow or unfollow a user. You can go to a person profile page and you can see their profile picture, you can see their post and all of these cool things you are going to build in this web application. So stay tuned, and if you haven't subscribed this channel, please do subscribe. So let's see a quick demo of the application. So this is the application homepage. This is a authentication page which we are going to see after we go to this application. Then you can see all of these buttons. So we will click on the sign up button because I am a new user and I am going to test out this application. So let's click on sign up and let's see what is going to happen. If we click on sign up button, then it will ask us to fill our information. Then we will put our demo data, anything we want. Okay, so let's assume coc1234@gmail.com and password will be 123456. Let's click on sign up button. After clicking on sign up button, it will show us a loading state and then we will put our basic details, basic information here like my name and a username, anything you want. Pranjal Soni. Let's see what is going to happen if I put Pranjal Soni as a username. If I click on submit button, then it will say that username already exists. So we are going to implement all of this cool functionality in our application. So let's put another username, COC. Let's see Club of Coders. Okay, and let's click on submit button. It will say welcome to InstaClone and we are into our application. We are now into our application. We are logged in and now we can see the Instagram clone. You can see this is a literally clone to clone application to Instagram. Now you can scroll through the post and these are all my previous fake accounts I have created. You can click on any username and it will show their profile. It is the other user and it is their profile. And you can like this post and you can go to home page. You will see the like. You can even like this. You can like this, and if you refresh this, it is all going to stay in the Firestore. If you can follow users like this, if you refresh this, now new users will come over here and you can save a post. Now if you go to your profile after clicking on this button or this icon, you will see you have no post, 0 post, but you have followed 3 users. So it shows here that you are following 3 users and it will show your saved post here. Let's save another post. Let's save this post. Let's go to user profile. Let's see if it is going to show. Yes. So this is going to show us the profile. And this is our profile page, more post from this username. So all of this cool functionality we are going to implement. Let's click on home page. Let's post another our post. So we want to post something, so we will click on plus button and we can select from computer and let's see. This is, so let's upload this image with a caption and you will see it instantly upload this post and it will show us right away. So how cool is this? Let's click on like button and it will show us the like. we will now we can go to our profile and we can check that it shows us our post. Let's comment on this post. So we can comment here or here, anywhere. Okay, this is a comment, and we can click on post button and it will show us here like this. You can also comment over here. This is another comment, and it will show us this comment instantly without any loading. This is so fast. This is all because of Firestore. And Firebase gives us a functionality to instantly update our UI with real-time data. Okay, so all of these cool things, and it shows us time 15 seconds ago this post has been posted. Okay, so this is all cool functionality. So this is the demo of what we are going to build. If you haven't subscribed this channel, please do subscribe. You will learn a lot in this clone. So please subscribe, and thank you very much for watching this video. We are going to build full stack Instagram clone using Firebase, Next.js and Tailwind. So let's start thinking how should we approach our problem of building Instagram. Okay. So for the demo purpose, we will be using Instagram mockup UI. So let's see how it went. So thank you everyone for joining, and we will be starting soon. So let's go to Instagram and let's see how we should approach to build the UI part. So today we will complete our UI part, and if possible, we will try to complete the authentication part. Then tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we will continue building our application. Okay. So let's see how Instagram homepage looks like. Okay, so this is how it looks. So let's think how should we build our components and how should we approach. So as you see, this is our whole home page. This is our home page, which is we see if the user has not signed up, the user will see this home page of authentication form and all this field. If the user clicks on sign up, then it will show him the sign up form and otherwise login form. So let's build this. So this is our main page, and this takes full width and full height. So full height and full width. Full height and width of a screen. And this is divided into a component which is centered division. So think of building application as a division into other division and into another division. And then we will design the divisions by using flexbox and grids. So this is another division which is centered. And this is divided into two parts. So in this division, there are two divisions, first and second. In the second division, there is authentication form. And in the first division, there is a animation going on of Instagram. So we will also use animation from Lottie files. Lottie files is an open source thing we can use to insert animations, cool animations into our website, into our web apps. So we will see how to use Lottie animation, and there is a package called Lottie Web Player, which we will use to build a component of animation into this first division. So this is a animation which is relevant to Instagram. Okay. we will try to find as close as the Instagram UI looks. So let's start building this first, and then we will move to the home page. And let's first generate the boilerplate of the code. So we are using Tailwind CSS, Firebase, and Next.js. So today we will build this UI, so we don't need Firebase as of now. So we will install all the dependencies in Next.js boilerplate code. So let's go. Let me rename it quickly. Now it's good. We'll open our terminal and let's see. We'll install the basic npx create next step. Let's first go into the folder which we want to install all the dependencies. So let's create a new folder. So I have desktop. Okay. And I have YouTube stream folder. And then we will create a npx create next step. At the rate latest for the latest version of the app, and then we will name of the app Insta clone. And if we want to make this app into TypeScript, then we can use a TS flag here, but we don't want. We are just using JavaScript in this project. So let's go. And it will install all the dependencies it needs. Yes, so all the dependencies successfully installed into our application, and let's open this. Let's go into the directory instaclone, and let's open. We will create a src folder into this, as we want to create a components directory and pages directory, style directory. We want everything we write into the src folder. So let's move everything into the src folder. Let's create another directory, components. We'll use Tailwind CSS. Okay, so this is Next.js website, and you can read the documentation if you don't know, and you can also learn this over here. They have great documentation. Let's go to Tailwind CSS. We want to install this all dependency. Tailwind CSS, port CSS, auto prefixer. Let's initialize the Tailwind config file over here. And now we can use this. We can remove this default home module. We don't need it. Let me and also let's remove everything. No, inside this. And we have into src, so /src /src like this. Okay, now we will copy the directories, base components and utilities, and we will paste it over here. So now this is completed. Now we can run npm run dev and our app is ready to start building. It will throw us some errors because of we have imported deleted file into this one. So let's remove everything from here. Now it will work. See, and let's test that our Tailwind is working perfectly by bg. Yeah, our Tailwind is working nicely. So we can now start building the authentication form, and let's look how Lottie files and how we will build a component of animation. Okay, there is a package called Lottie animation, and Lottie animation this is, and there is another package for to use Lottie animations, which is Lottie animation react Lottie. I think this is Lottie player, I think. Yeah, this one. Lottie player web component, and we can use this file like this. Let's search for a Instagram animation over here. It will show us all the animations. There is no, let's remove this. So we can use anything we want. These all are free animations. So which one should we use? Let's use this one. This looks cool. And we can download the JSON, Lottie JSON file over here by clicking on this. I think it didn't start downloading. Let's see what is. I think we need to sign up. It should allow us to download. Yeah, we have to sign up. This is free. This is open source framework. This is built by team behind Airbnb. Now it should allow us to download, I think. Yeah, now it is allowing us. And we can use this into our application. Let's create another directory into public folder, which we call assets. And inside it, we can open it in the Finder. And let's make another folder, animations. And we can copy the everything into this. Everything about animation. So we can call it auth page animation. Okay, auth page animation. And let's import it into. Let's also install the React Lottie package. This one. Now we have ready to build the authentication page. So this is our home page, and as we have discussed that we have to make the whole division, the main division, full height and full width of the screen, and then inside it there is another division which is centered, and inside it there are two divisions. First one is for the animation, second one is for auth form. Okay. So let's see how we will build this. So this is full screen width. That's why we are using W screen, and then H screen to take the whole height of the screen. And then we will use flex, and flex row is by default, and item center, justify center. And there is another division inside this division. And okay, so this is another division. And inside this division there are two divisions. So we can use emmet to autocomplete this HTML text. There is extension, you can download it. Okay, and this is also flex, and this is also flex row by which is by default. And let's call it w full h full, and let's give it the width of like 80% of the screen. Okay, so we can do it by w 4 by 5, which is I think 80%. Yeah, not full, 4 by 5. And h is also, let's give some, let's not give it full width, full height, and we can do it like 3 by 4, which is 75%, which is good I think. Or it has 4 by 5 class or not, let's check. Yeah, it has. This is first division and this is another division. Let's see. Yeah, and these both have full width. Like this. And let's color them. Let's give them some background color so we can find that this is first division and this is another division. For now, BG red 300, and let's give it BG pink 300. Okay, now you can see there is full screen, and there are two divisions over here. First one this and second one this. Now we want to build it like this one, and this is the animation and this one is form. Okay, so let's first design the animation part, which is this division. So we have downloaded the package for this, which is Lottie player, and we will import it and we will use it. Where is the package? Here it is. We can read the documentation and we can understood how should we use it. Let's copy this, paste it, let's import. Okay, it should be not be Lottie player. Like this, we should import it like this. And we have already downloaded the asset for this one. And we can import it like this. Import auth animation from // public / asset / animation / auth page animation, and we can use it over here like this. And we can remove this also, and let's go. Let's see how it works or not. Built income class function got object home page. So it may be problem. We should use it like this. I don't know. And this is, we can use this as a closing one tag. We don't need a closing tag for it. Okay. Window is not defined. So it is throwing us some error. I think this is because of this one. And let's do this one. So let's find out what is the problem. We are facing it. Let's go to documentation and find out what is the problem. Okay. It is saying that we should use it like this, and *s multiplayer. No, it doesn't make sense. Yeah. So let's see what is the problem over here. Lottie files, Lottie player. So I think this is not a correct package if we want to use. We want to use React Lottie player. This is not working. React Lottie player. Yeah, this one. This one is easier to work with. And let's remove the previous one. This one. Now it will work like a jar. We have to give it some width and things like you can read the documentation of this loop animation data. Okay, not animation, not src, animation data, and then play, loop, and style. So this is a component. Now we will see. Let's refresh the page. So it is not showing still. So we should give it some style. Class name it is taking, yeah. So we can give it width and height full. So it will take the whole width and whole height of the its parent component. Okay, so it is still not showing. What is the problem? We test this. There should be some problem. Invalid property autoplay. Did you mean autoplay? Okay. Something got wrong. Now it's good. Auth page animation. Let's see. Play. Yeah. Now it's working. So this is how we have easily make a component of animation. Look how it's so cool. And it's as easy as importing one library and like 3 or 4 lines of code. Okay, now we should build our form component, which is over here. And for that we will use form, and we will implement a custom hook to manage our form state. Okay, so input of name, or we can say email, because we are implementing email and password sign up and login. Now we will use input password. Like this. Yeah, and we will style it now, and we will also use a button. So let's make a component of button which looks like Instagram button. So inside it, button, and so this is our button component. And this will take some props over here, like what is the button text about. So it can take text, and or instead we can call it button text. And we can render it over here like this. And let's import it over here, because we are going to use button. We are going to use button into a lot of components in our application. That's why we are separating out. We are abstracting this component out of our main index.js file. Now let's import the button. Or we can do this like a children over here instead of this. So it will render everything that has inside this button text. Okay, and let's call it, as of now, let's call it login. What is Instagram saying? Instagram calling it login. Yeah. So it is disabled as of now, and as we complete our data, and it is enabled. So we want to implement that functionality also, and it will also take some properties like default properties for a button. Props. All of the props over here. It will take simply like disabled. It is not giving us auto completion because we are not using TypeScript. So it should always a best practice to use TypeScript for the production ready projects. So we can do it over here. We can also use class names. We can use everything basically after it, but it will not give us auto completion. That's why we are using it over here. So and text is center. Why it is giving us okay. And BG is blue 500. Let's see. This looks like Instagram. No. Let's see the tailwind colors, and if something matches with the Instagram UI colors. So we can also customize theme according to our requirements. We can configure our color palette here, like this. Instead of this, we can also directly use the default color of Instagram like this. Let me show you. So I have copied the Instagram color, and we can use it over here like this. Yeah. So we can make the components like this, but as for now we are just building it because we don't want to make things complicated over here. So bg is hashtag. Let's give it some padding y of 2 and padding x of 6. Text is white, and after when this is active, let's give it some scale 95, and let's give it transform transition. And this is type of submit, and when the form is submitted, we will make a on submit handler. Which is a basically async function, because we have to call some APIs. But as of now, we will just event.prevent default. And what it does is, let's not use this event.prevent default. Let's see what happens. Let's put some data and let's click on login button. You will see the page refresh. You will see. But we are building a single page application, which means the website should work like a application. That's why we are using event.prevent default, so that the page will not refresh. And let's make another folder, another directory inside source directory, which is hooks. And let's make a hook for managing form state. We have also implemented this while building the full stack e-commerce application. If you have not watched this series, I will highly recommend you to watch them. The full stack e-commerce series was a great project, and you will learn a lot. So this is for and these are the values which are passed to this like this, and we will return form and set form, or we can make a function which we will say on change handler. What it does is it set form, it takes a event and it will set form, and it will take the previous form values and it will update them like this. Event dot target dot name with event dot target dot value. So we can pass down like this. So this is our custom hook which is ready to be used. Okay, let's see what happened. Let's import it inside this one. And we will give it some values like email, which is empty, and another one is password. Make sure that they match to the input field names, because that's what we have used to manage state of both the input fields, and they are controlled components like this. And it gives us two things, form and on change handler, and we will pass the on change handler over here like this, and the value is form dot email and its value is form dot password like this. Now we can see that the form values are logging or not, or the use form hook is working or not perfectly. So we can see over here. Let's console.log form, and let's say we have not imported use state over here, so let's import it. Let's click on the submit button over here. So if you see, this is working perfectly like this. Now we will style our input fields. Let's see this. This is a box, big box, and this is Instagram image over here, and this has two input fields and then button. And the background has a grayish color, so we can also use this by clicking on inspect element, and we can see which color is this. And we can install a color picker extension, color picker. We can use this to pick any color from any website. This is much better. I have used this, I have used this one before, that's why. Color Zilla. Now if we click on this, pick color from website, and now the color is copied, and we can use this over here. VG hashtag this one. So now if you see, the color is somewhat grayish, similar to Instagram. Now we will build the form component. Let's go. So let's remove the BG pink, and let's see what the color of this form is. This seems white. This is white, and this has a border, and border of color somewhat gray, 400, like this. We should make it a little smaller as for the width. Okay, width is not, width should be smaller for the form. So it should be, let's see. Okay, let's not modify the width for now. We will see. Specify 4 to give margin alongside the y direction after each division or each new tag. And let's give it some padding. Tracking, let's go for wider. It makes font wider. Okay. and let's make it centered. Let's make all of those centers. Let's give text 5 pixel. I think is good. Not wide. Let's go to wider. Yeah, it's good. And let's give it some more margin alongside y-axis. $100 is okay, I think. Let's give it some padding. P2 is okay, and outline should be null. Now it's look clean, and we can give some padding more. 3 is good, and py is 3, px should be 2, py should be 3, px should be 2. And what should we improve for this? Let's open the Instagram over here. We are not able to. This has some border. Okay, the gray is okay. This has some border. Let's give it some border. Hover. BG should be transparent. And if it is active, then also it should be transparent. Not active, there are some classes like hover, and we can check it over here. Focus. If this is focused, this input field is focused, we can make the PG transparent. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool now. Let's see what should we improve. P2 is fine. P2 seems a little bit. Yeah, placeholder should be small like this. Now it's cool. Or we can say it SM. Now it's cool. Should we round the corner? Yeah, there's somewhat round, so we can add a property here, round it small, like this somewhat. And after this is focused, the border is a little bit more gray. So let's do this also. If it is focused, then border should be grayish, 200 or 400. Yeah, it looks cool now. And now we can copy all these classes and use it here. Now they both look perfect. And the button should be disabled if form values are empty. So it should be disabled if form dot dot there is a function which we can use to find out that if this is the form field, so this should be validate. So if the form is correct, the fields are correct, then it should be enabled, otherwise it should be disabled. So let's do this. If instead of doing this, we can form dot email. Okay, let's not do this. Check is disabled, and we can calculate this value by using a use memo hook. So every value should not be undefined, or every value should not be empty. So we can check it by value, every value should not be empty. So we can check it by not well. So like this, and let's log this. Why we are using use memo hook? Because we don't want to run this function again and again. We only want if the form values are changed, and this is the best use case for use memo hook. So let's refresh this. So now it's true because the values are in, and let's change this. So now it's false. So it is false, true. Okay. This is Okay, it should work like this. Well should not be equal to undefined, or well should not be equal to value is not equal to empty, like this. This is function. This is showing true. If we remove this, and okay, this is again wrong. Now it will work. So this is a trick for finding if the value is if the value is truthful or not. Okay, so let's assume the value is undefined, so the note of undefined is true and another note of undefined is false. That's why. So now it will work. This is false and true. Okay, and why it is rendering 2 times? Because we are in the strict mode, I think. Okay, so now it's working. Now we can use this over here. It's disabled. And we can return the note of this. This returns a boolean and note of it is checking is disabled or not. Or let's otherwise it is disabled. See, so we can, what we will do, we will add some properties for disabled. Like if it is disabled, the button is disabled, let's make some modification in the styling of the button. You see this is disabled now, and if it is disabled then don't scale it. Yeah, so it's now it's not working, and if we put some values over here, now it will work. Let's make the button look much more like Instagram. This is some rounding corners. Corners are rounded. And py should be 1. Text is small, but text font is bold. Semi bold, I think. Semi bold would be perfect. Yeah. We can reduce the opacity over here instead of. Yeah. It is a much better approach. 50%. Now it looks closer to Instagram. Yeah. Now let's move to the bottom part of the form. So the form is complete, and now move to the bottom part, which is here. So there is a line, then or, then line. So these are three division, we can say. So division into three. Three divisions are there. Class name, let's give it some height of 1 and width is full. We don't need a closing tag for both of the lines. And this is or, and this is grayish. This also has width full. And this is flex. Item center, justify center. And my5. Let's give some bg. Okay. So can the height be 1 pixel or 0.5 pixel will look much nicer. And let's give some space over x-axis, space x5. So it will give it some margin alongside x-axis. Okay. After each division, we can reduce it to 4. Yeah. Or 3. 2. 2 is good. Okay. So why is this not coming into center? Now it looks good. We should make it smaller and some grayish text. SM text gray, and gray should be 5 or 600, I think. And let's make it some bold font, semi. Cool. Now we will install the React icons package, which we have also used in our previous project. Okay, now we can use the Facebook icon like this over here. You can use any of the icon you want. This looks good. Let's use this. And also import it. Let's give it some width. I think 3 by 5 is okay. Okay, we have to give it full width, so it looks like this. And let's give it some flex direction in row, items center, justify center. Now what should we do? We should give it some color, like this one, Facebook. So it is like a blue. Let's select this color. Okay, so it is not able to select the color. Okay, let's give it some bluish text. blue or indigo. Yeah, it is nice. And let's make it bigger. 2XL would be good. And margin over y-axis space, no, x-axis space x, 2 is fine, or 4 is okay. It's not working because we can give it some margin of right, like 4. 2 is okay. Yeah, you can download this image and you can set it over here. We are not going to do that because it is time consuming a little, so we want to build it as fast as we can. And this is our login with Facebook, and let's make this font bold, or we can semi bold would be fine. Yes, and we can make it a little bit smaller, this text. It's good. Now what we have to do, we have to make this division. Let's do this. And what we are doing here, this is our animation component and this is our form component. This is currently taking the whole height. Okay, and we don't want it. So what we should do, we only want, let's make another forgot password button. Let's copy the text. It also have the color of indigo, this one. Yes, and we should make it smaller. Text access extra small. So this is cool. Now look over here. Okay, so let me quickly, where is the, so we have completed this animation and we are building the form, but the form doesn't taking the full height. So this is full and the form is here, and so this has another 2 divisions. So we should make 2 divisions over here instead of 1. So currently now we are taking the height of full this division. Now we should make another division. So let's start. So we can put everything into another division, and we should make let's copy everything from here to here, and we will fix if things got disturbed. Now, so let's remove the bg white property from here. Border, we don't want the border, and flex column is okay, space y is okay, border no, padding we don't want any padding, the width is full, so it's good. Okay, so now it's taking the height, it is taking the form component, and now we will make another component which is the bottom, this one. Don't have account and sign up. So let's copy over here. Let's give it a full width, and height is also full. Let's see, and let's give it every property it has. Yeah, so now it is looking like this Instagram, and let's make it centered. And it is similar to the text indigo 900, like this. And we can say that this is inline block. Okay, we are saying that flex column, so let's remove this one. Now it looks cool. And space sx2 flex. Give it some margin over left, ml2. Yeah, and this is a kind of blue button, and 600 I think. Yep, and let's make it bolder. This should be smaller. P. Okay, yeah. As width is full, so we don't have to worry about x-axis padding. So we will just worry about the y-axis padding. So let's go for py5. Yes. So it's kind of looking similar to the Instagram. Okay. Now you can also download this App Store and Google Play Images, get the app, and you can make the footer and everything. We have completed the main part. And let's so now our form is completed. See how the button is got disabled and enabled. It's smooth, very smooth. Now we will proceed to build the home page of Instagram. Okay, so we will do half hour of live stream more and then we will continue tomorrow. Okay. So this is our form authentication component. So we can make a new folder, auth. And we can copy everything from here to here. And let's call it auth. But we have to import this correctly. Okay. So dot slash. Let's do this again. And let's import this component over here. Let's delete everything from here and let's import the component. Okay. We will make a layout component so that in the further videos. Okay. As of now, we are just building this. So we will make a global context and all of this, but as of now let's make a local state for the demo purpose, and we will be manually setting the state as authenticated as of now. So if is authenticated is true, then return feed, the Instagram feed. Otherwise, return the auth component. Simple. And we are setting it as a true as for now. And let's make another component which is feed. So this is a feed page. And let's import it over here. Like this. So now this is a feed page. Now we will build the Instagram feed page. So we can take a look how the Instagram feed page looks. Or we can take the demo from my previous build. Let me show you. So this is my build and this is we are currently building. So let's log in to the application. This is what we are going to build. Okay, so we will click on sign up button. We will fill out the information. Let's put a demo email over here. So test account @coc.com 123 1 2 3. Let's click on sign up and it will take us to onboarding form and we will fill out our details. COC test. And let's click on submit and it will take us to the home page, which is like this. Okay. This is what we are going to build. Now we can post images from here. This is a post. Upload the post. And the post is successfully uploaded. We can check out our profile. We can also see our save post here, this post, and this is nested URLs, we can say, and we can comment. This is a comment. This is the model component. Okay, we can save it. So this is all functionality we are going to build. So today we will try to build this basic UI. Okay, so let's start. So here we are. So first we have to build the header, then we will make the feed, and then we will make the side section, which is fixed. Okay, you see. So let's build the feed page. Okay, so let's understand how should we approach to build this UI. Let's do this first. So this is our feed page. This is our feed page. This had a header. This is header. This has 3 sections, or we can say here is Instagram, here is search bar, and here all the icons of Instagram, and here is our profile and the logout button also. Let's divide it into let's 80% and 20%. Yeah, it's like 80-20. So this is sidebar and it is fixed sidebar, and this is story section, and this is our feed section, and it is scrollable. The whole section is scrollable like this. So you will see this is scrollable, and this is fixed, and the header is also fixed. So the whole division and inside the there are several divisions, and we will see how do we design our feed page and all the other components over here. So let's start this. So this is our width is full and height is full. And first of all, we have a header. And header has 3 sections, 1, 2, 3, which we can call divisions, 3 divisions. And this is Instagram. This is search bar, which is an input field. Input search. We can search the users over here. And this is the sections for all the icons and logout button. So let's give it some height. It is a fixed height, so let's give some height and some shadow. So we can give it some height, like width is full, height is kind of 56 rem, so 14 rem. It's too high. Let's go for 32. How about 32? No, it's also 24. Yes, 24 is good. Let's go to the auth component, not here, inside the auth component, because we want to give the background color similar to the auth component. And now we will give it the background color white and shadow of 2 pixel. Yes. And this is flex justify around. So we'll see. And let's design this search bar. So we can also take the inspiration from the input field we have designed here. So like this. See, this is cool. So we can give it some more properties like transition, so it looks much better. Yes. And the height is somewhat large, so let's make it smaller. 24 is 20. How about 20? Yeah, it's good, but it's also looking large. 64 pixels. Yeah, it's good. And now let's make the center items center like this. To shadow to Excel seems much not looking good, so let's do it Excel or LG. LG should be fine. MD, yes, this looks good. and let's make this Instagram a little bit bigger, and font is semi bold. Let's give it some tracking, wider. Yes, you can download the Instagram logo and put it over here. That's not a big deal. Okay, now we should use a search icon over here and a search placeholder. So let's also do this placeholder search. See, and now we have to use a search bar or a search. So we can take a icon from React icons which look similar to Instagram. This one. Yes, BS search will be good. So we can put it over here. We can import it from the library. BS. Let's see. We should give the same color and same things as we have given to the input field. Okay. And let's make class flex. BG should be gray. Same. And we can make it a label, I think. HTML for search. And the label is this one. So if we click over here, it will focus over input field, input search field. And let's make them all centered. Item center and justify, not justify, item center will do our work like this. And let's give some, we are removing the border over here because it is not looking good. We will give all of these classes to the parent component, not this one. Focus border gray over here, rounded, and let's give some padding, P2. Yes. Rounded LG. And PY should be, only we want to give the PX2. PY should be default, will be best. Now this, and let's make it smaller. Text SM. Let's make it gray. Border gray 400. We can group them. There is a thing in Tailwind CSS, we can group both of these and we can use group hover to modify the classes. Group hover and group active. So let's give it some border of gray, which is 400. It is working or not? No, it's not working because the form fields behave differently. Group focus. Let's try this one out. Focus border. No. Okay. So this is not what we want. And let's remove this one. And this one also. Now it looks good. I think it's okay. This search looks good. And now what we can do, we can make our icons over here. We can install this. We can find the icons and we can use them. So instead of finding all of them, I have already found and we will use them. You can choose any of the icon you like, okay? We will make another component, okay, and which is, let's make another folder, header icons. Let's remove the dot and these are all the icons I have selected, which we will be using in our application. And now we can import them. Over here. Inside the header icons. And now we can use them. For this, the best approach is to make a constant header items, header achieve, which we can change header items. And this is a array of all the fields. Let's say icon. Icon is home. First one is home. So we will say that this is home. And the second one, and we can say the URL of this one is / okay. And we can also specify the name. And this is the home component. Like this, all the components we can use. Okay, all the header items like this: home, messenger, aid, compass, or heart, all of them. So instead of saying header items, we should make them capital: header items. Like this. And then we should make another component. Let's make a folder directory called header. Inside we will put all of the header related things like header icons. Let's move it to the header. So it is automatically updated its path. Now inside header we will make another component which we can call header icon. GADER header icon dot simple header icon. And now it's a component, index.js, RAFCE header icon. Okay, and we will map through all the items, and we will render header icon by this component. So how we will do that? So this will take two parameters, two properties, or we can say two props, which are the size of the icon, and the class names are common for every icon, and we will say what is the name and what is the icon of this one. Okay, the site should be same for every component of icon. Okay, so the site should be same. So we will use the icon and name, two properties, and then we should use, so it should be capital because it is a React node. So icon, and then we don't need a closing tag over here. So class name, should be somewhat, and size should be, we will give all of this property. Let's make it 25s for now, and let's render all of these items so that you will see what I'm saying. So this is search bar and this is header items component. Let's go into this one, what it is saying. So there is a problem with header icons. Okay, so what is the problem? Now it's working, and if we remove the header icons from here, it should work. Yes, and let's map through it. So header items dot map, and it takes a callback function, and it has item and index, which will return the header icon component. this one, and it takes two parameters, which is icon and which is item dot icon, and it takes a key parameter which should be called item dot name. That's why we have used, and now we can remove this one, and this takes another thing which is name should be, I think, fine. Okay, we don't need name as for now, but we will see why we are using name here. We will see, and that's all we need. As for now, key is item dot name, and that's all. You will see that all the items are rendered, all the icons are rendered over here. Let's see, someone is how to add functions in IG segment. Please explain your question. I am not able to get it. So this is division. These are the header items, and let's move it into another division. And let's make this flex. Let's give some space over x-axis, space x4, so it looks cool. See, so now we need, there is home, there is everything, and now we need a profile picture over here. Now we'll add a profile icon, so we can search over here profile. It should show us, like, we can also use this or person. There are a lot of icons we can use, and you can use anything you like. Okay, it's depend on you. So I'm using, which is this, let's use this. So we should have imported a person icon over here. No, we haven't. So we should do. /IO. So there are two into IO, and another one is IM. So it should belong to IO, which is IO5. IO5. Okay. And let's give it some size of 25, I think. Yes. And we can also give it some class names over here, like after hover, let's give it some background color of gray. Let's say 500, 400. Let's give it some transition, and padding of 4. Padding of 4 should be good. Let's check out. Where is it? Yeah. And let's give it not BG. Okay, text should be black. And all icons have disappeared. Why? Let's see. Let's give it rounded. Now it's rounded, good. And let's give it some padding, P of 4. Okay, after giving padding, it is going to be disturbed. So what should we do now? We can wrap it in a division like this, and now it should work. We can also give it a pointer of cursor of pointer. It should be like this. And now we can give it a padding of 4 or 2. I think 2 will be good. Yeah. And after hovering, let's change its color to text of white. Yes, it is looking nice. BG gray of 200. 200 is fine. Or let's give it a black, which looks much better. Yes. It's like, it's beautiful. Okay, we can copy this classes and we can use that for this one also. We can also use this IO person circle outline inside this header, import it into the header icons folder, and we can use this over from here. But we are not doing that because we want it to be more functional, and we will, when we click, it should route as some on a different router, on a different route. That's why. But I think we can do that. Okay, so let's remove this from here and export IO person circle outline as person or a profile, like we can say it profile, and we can import it from here and we can use it over here. Instead of like, simply remove this, and we should make another item to the list. We should add another item into the list, person, or what do we have called this one? This is profile. So icon is profile, URL is, which we will decide what is the URL now, and name is profile. So now they all are rendered beautifully and it's looking good. Cool. Now let's make it cursor of pointer and select none, so that it looks like a logo. Now it looks like a logo. We can make it a link. When user clicks it, we can make it as a link. Next, let's import link from next link, and we can give it some like this. So now it's look good. It is looking good. And so we have completed our header component. So this is what we have to build. And yeah, it's looking similar to this one. And this is a logout button too. So let's make another button, logout button, which is logout. And let's copy the button classes from here. This is not a width full, I think. class name of flex, so that it, yes, and let's give some margin over x-axis 2, and now we can make it width full, I think, or we should give it some padding of x-axis px2 or px5 is good. 6, and height should be less than 4 by 5, I think. Yes, and let's make them all centered. Item center. Yes, it's looking good. Now what should we do? py2. No, py1 is perfect. Now we will make the history component, and then we will make our feed component. So let's design the feed component first. So each post component. So let's design this post component, and then we will pause this live stream, and then we will continue tomorrow. Feed, inside feed we have this, and let's abstract out the header component from here. So let's cut it, and where is header? No, inside source, and inside the components have header, and the header has a new file which is index.jsx or index.js, and let's paste the header over here. And let's import everything. And let's import the header over here. Let's cut everything, and we will import it over here. We just need a header now here. So this is a first, you should always first make the component and make everything into one component, then you can see how much abstraction you can do. So this is the best approach. Instead of figuring out how should you design components, first you should make everything into one component, and then you can think about abstracting out then. So it is showing us some error, import header from, okay. Now it's cool. Our header is complete, and we have made another component header. Let's close all of them, and let's design this feed component now. So we have a division. Let's think about it. How should we approach building this? Let's think about it, okay? So this is our app, and let me take. So this is, we have completed this header section, okay? Now story section, we are not building this. We should build first this feed section. So this is all post. which are scrollable. So it has two divisions. First one is history and the second one is this. And let's design these divisions and then we will move forward. Let's go. So this has two divisions, div into 2. This is story section, or we can also name them sections if you want. So let's name them sections. And now this one is posts, and this one is, yeah, this one is taking like, this is centered, and we should not give it a width of full screen, and it's like 70 to 80% of full screen, and then we will give 75% of this component width to the main section, which is post section, and 25% for the sidebar. So let's give it width of full, but max width is screen large, which is 1024 pixels. Okay, let's give it mx auto so that it will be centered alongside the x-axis. Yeah, and let's give it some margin of top 20. Yes. Now we have to design our two sections over here. So for this, what should we do? We can also build this by grid, or we can also build this by flexbox. So we are using both here. Okay. So we can say that this whole a grid, and this is taking two columns of the grid, and this will take one column of the grid. This is the section, and we can say this is our sidebar. And we can move all of them into another division like this, and we should name it grid, and width is full, grid calls 3, and we should give some gap is like margin, so we can give x-axis margin and y-axis margin, but we are giving it gap 6, so it will be both x and y-axis. Now we will design the overflowing part. Okay, so let's make this column span 2, so it will take 2 columns, and let's give it column span 1, which is automatically be taken, but we can give it a class so that it will be clear, so that it is taking 1 column and it is taking 2 column. Now what should we do? Max width we should give it here, and like this. Okay, and let's give margin of top 20. Yes, and let's make them center. Now you will see this, that this is story section, this is post section, and this is sidebar. Okay, if you give them some colors, you will understand that what I'm saying. BG pink of 400, and let's give it BG red of 500. Okay, so it's like this. Now you can make the sections over here. Now what should we do? We should build the story section. So let's build this. So to build the story section, this is a whole division, and this is border white color. So let's design class name. BG is white. This is border, and border is grayish border, 400, and this has padding of 4. That's all, and this also has. Okay, this is cool. Now it's cool, and we should make a new array of length, let's assume 10 dot fill 0 dot map. It gives us a empty array, and then we will fill it with 0, and then we can utilize the values index. Okay, sorry. And this is our story section, and we can say it like this. Class name rounded full. BG, let's give it some color of black of 50. So, and it should also take a key. This is for demo purpose and for building the story section. This is not a real one. Let's give it some width and height, W10, H10, and also let's give it flex, so it should look like this, and give it a space of Y, not a space of X of 4 should be good, I think. And let's make them bigger, 15, and give it a border of border of white. Where they all went? Okay, 15. There is no such a number in 15, so we should use 14 here. Okay, so it is not like it is preventing it from overflowing, so we should use overflow scroll, and then it should allow us to scroll from them. Or if we, let's say if we don't use, okay, so how it should be done, let me overflow x scroll. And what should we do is let's see this how it is. Okay, it also has a name, but we are not saying the name for as of now. And let's give it some border, not white, let's give it pink border, so we are able to understand what is going on here. P2, and let's give some border offset. Or instead of border we can say give it a something like ring of pink 500, and ring offset is 2 or 4. 2 is fine. Okay, 2 is much. Ring of 1 or 1.5, 2 pixel. Yes, it looks good. It is looking good. Now it's looking good. See, so this is our storage section, and we should remove the BG pink over here. I think not here. Border grayish. It is not looking like grayish border. Border should be very light. We can hide this scroll bar by customizing the CSS, but we are leaving for that now. You can do that. So this is our story section completed. Now we are giving flex and flex column, and let's give it some gap of y, so that story section and post section are margin from both of them. Space y, gap y 5. So it's like this. And if we do space, let's see what happens. Okay, these are same. Now this part is completed, and we have to make the post component, and we have to make our sidebar component. So these two components are remaining, and today we have already did enough live stream. So we will be continue building this application tomorrow and day after tomorrow. We will try to finish it as soon as possible, okay? And then we will move forward to a new build. So thank you very much everyone who have been watching this live stream, and I will see you in the another live stream. Thank you very much. So hi guys, we are live again, and we will continue our Instagram clone. We will continue building this application. Okay, we are just starting. I have finished this basic structure of the application till now, and we will continue building the application. So here we have completed this section, the header section and the main section and the sidebar section. Now we will continue to build this basic structure like the post component and the sidebar component, and then we will build the authentication and then post functionality and then comment and then etc. Okay, so let's do this. I think this is working good. Okay, cool. So here we are. So this is our sidebar, and let's say we have 100 posts. Okay, so let's do this lorem 100. So this will make sure that our sidebar is fixed. Okay, we will check our side. Currently our sidebar is not fixed, so we will make it fixed by using fixed, and fixed property is used relative to the viewport. Okay, so if you use it fixed, so it will relatively fixed to the viewport. Now our sidebar is here, and we will use the right property. So right, I think 15% of the width is okay, or we can increase it 25, and we will also make it another division with class name flex. So we can see now it is overflowing, so we will make sure that it has some fixed width. So we can say max width is like MD, and or SM will be okay, I think. Yeah, and now let's do is 15. Now it's cool. It is fixed, and it is our sidebar. Okay. Now let's build the post component. Before, let's build this here, and after we will abstract it into another component. So let's see what are the sections in the post component. So this is our post division, and it has upper section and the image, and then another division, and then here is likes, how many likes the post gets, and here are comments. So 2 or 3 comments we can show here. And then it has section of when the post is posted, and then it has another section which is emoji, comment, and then the post button. So let's build this. We will give it flex column of class, and we will make sure it has something like, as for now, black color 50. And inside it has 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 division. This one is header, and it has 3 sections. One is profile photo, then username, and then 3 dots. So it has another 3 divisions into 3. And it is, let's class name flex row. Default is flex row, and let's wrap it into another division like this. For the avatar, we can just use it like this, with H4 BG of gray, and let's do the border of 4 or 2. Border will be pink. Okay, so it is the upper division, and let's give it background of white, and it has border of lightish gray. This one, border 1. Let's see this. It is not showing because it is not taking the full width of the container. Now it is. And then we will make sure when it comes to, I am more generally really bad at this stuff when it comes to log in, log out. Yes, Next.js is perfectly nice, and I will show you how you can build authentication using it. We will use Firebase authentication, and it is very easy. And if you see our past live stream of building a full stack e-commerce website, I have also implemented it authentication there. Okay, so you can see that it's very easy. No, we are not using Next authentication. We will just use Firebase auth. So let's do this. And this one is image section, and let's give it class name of aspect of video 16:9. I think this is good, or 1:1. So aspect ratio of Instagram image is 1:1. So we will give it a square, and let's give it some BG of black and width full and height full. Let's see how it is it goes. It is taking the whole thing. So we'll fix this. Okay, this is our section. We can make this post section as like, we can give it maximum height of 40 pixel, 80 pixel, 10 pixel. How is 40? No, I think 48 will do the work. 48. How about 52? Okay, so let's use the username here and give it rounded full. Yeah, more width and height will be useful. 6, or let's give it 10. Yes, cool. So it is our top division. We can say that every division has space or gap of y of, no, we don't want gap here, we just want padding, a little bit of padding. So padding will be 4 or 2. Yep. Space X. Now we have 3 dots, and let's make it select of none, and let's give it margin of left, auto, and it is not taking the full. This one, busy off. Let's give it ping so we can see. Yeah, it is taking. Let's give it width of, no, and we want this one to at the last, so we can use now it is at the last. Instead of these 3 dots, we can use an icon over here from the React icon. It's looking good. And I think this one is doing a little bit of problem for us. Yes, it's looking perfectly nice. Let's remove these colors. And let's cut this out here and move it to the post section. And let's import. We will make a temporary array like this, and we will render 5 posts. As of now, we will give it key of index. Yeah, so the posts are rendering over here. Okay, now we will customize it. We can use something like gap of y of 4. It will not work. Let's give it flex column. So there is some gap over here. That's why we are using gap y4, or 3 would be fine. Let's move this one here, so we don't have to. Cool. And the border color is grayish, but it's not matching from this. Let's do this here. In the post. Background color of gray. Let's remove this one. It's not looking cool. BG of black. And border of gray. Yeah, it's cool. Let's remove this one. Now the border is not appearing. Let's see. and let's make it 50 is not looking 100. Okay, not now. Let's see this. We'll give it width of full. What about width full? Yes. Let's move to the another section, which is this one, like, comment, share and save the post section. So it has 1 2 3 divisions, and another one is this one. So div 3. This one is like, this one is comment, and this one is share. And this has another division which is save. And let's give it class name of flex. Justify between. Let's give it some padding of 2 and cool. Let's give it space x2. Nice. So this is our second section, second division. Third one is this like. So we can directly make it like 1000 likes, like this. This will work. Nice. We just have to give it some padding. P of 2. Why P of 2? Because here it is P of 2, and that's why we are using it over here. Px. Now let's make this section. This one is comment section. So there are comments. So let's make another array of 3 comments. Let's see. And let's render the comments over here. So how we will do that? Let's give it division. Key is I and comment I, like this. So this is comment 0, comment I plus 1. Let's make this. Nice. We will also give it class name of px2. And for all the comments, let's make another division and flex column and space of y of 2. 2 is a little bit much. 1 will be fine. Cool. And it also needs some. So let's make it p2. Cool. It also has a username. So let's make another division. Div into 2. This one is username. Simple. Let's give it username and let's make the username bold. Semi medium will be good. Yes. So it's like looking cool. Like, comment, share, save. Now we have to make this post section, this image section, a little bit bigger, like this one. Now we have another two divisions, which are the date the post had posted and the comment section. Nice. And now this section, comment section, it has three divisions. First one is the emoji one. So this one is the input field. So we will give it ID of each post like this. So as of now we are just rendering it, and so we can pass down the index so that it will not show us a warning of using duplicate keys. Cool. So we can pass the index as a prop to post, and we can consume it over here. Index, and we can use it here like this. Index is not defined. Element is expected as string class function. Okay, so we have got another problem. What is this? Props. Let's remove this one as for now. Let's see what is the problem. Yeah, still index of I. Cool. So I think we can't name a prop of index. We should use another name, post index. And now we can restructure from the props like this, and we can consume it over here. And let's make it same as it is. We want this to be a form. Okay, let's make this one a form. This is a face emoji and px2. We'll give it some empty of 1. Nice. Now this one has disappeared, so let's use it 96. How about it? It is not showing us. Why? Let's see what is the problem. We can extract all the components from the post component also. We will do it. But first let's make this work. Now it is showing nicely. So instead of aspect of square, we will use aspect of a video. How about that? Let's see. Nice. Yes, it is similar to Instagram. aspect of a square. Now our border has 200 gray radius, okay, and it is looking cool like this. And where is our input? Type text, outline none, busy of gray 200. Yeah, here it is. Placeholder. What is the placeholder? Add a comment. It is also flex X, and this face emoji is our icon. We will take it from React icons. Face. A happy face. Or let's say emoji. This one is cool. BG emoji, smile. Item center and space X2. 3. Nice. Let's give it some margin of on y-axis of 2. Nice. Or 4. And padding of. Let's make the emoji bigger. And it is in the separate division, and it has border, upper border, so top border. We can use a property, border of top, border top, border T, and border of gray 200. So it has similar border to this, like this. Nice. And let's remove this one. I think it is not needed. Yeah, we will give it padding of a little bit more for. Yep, it is looking cool. It's nice. So now we will use like, comment, share, and save icons from here. Like. So first one is this, and love or heart. This one. Here we will use for comment. Which one is cool? You can choose any you want. So I think we should use this one. For share we will use this looks good. And for save, bookmark, this is bookmark icon. Where it is, this one. Yeah, so our icons are here and we will make them a little bit bigger. So we will use text LG. We can also use a size, it accepts the size. So here, so we can make like 20 or 40. Let's see. Yes, 30 will be fine. $25. How about 25? Yes. We can use the component we have built, this one. So same component, but here our use case is different. That's why we are not using this header icon component we have built. So let's give it 25 and also nice. We can make this hover effect also. So let's give it 90. It will do our job, not. So let's make this one. Cursor of pointer. Yes. Text is black. If we do it pink, let's see, it is pink. See, this is working. We just have to make it 50. Yep. So we'll just copy all of these classes from here to here. So now our post component is completed. Now we will make the post button, which is here. Let's give it name instead of this. This button will be same as this one. Text view 600. Nice. We can make it semi bold. It is taking the full width. Yes. So it is nicely working. We can wrap all of these into a form. As of now, we will just do event.prevent default like this, and we will make sure to give it a flex and a little bit of padding. So our basic structure or basic UI part is completed. So this is our component, post component, and inside it we have built all of this, which is looking great. We can make it a little bit smaller. Text of LG. Okay. SM. Yes. Cool. So now we will build the post functionality. How we can build the post functionality? We will use a model, and like this. After clicking on this plus button, the user will select the image from computer, and they can write the caption, and then after clicking on, we will upload it on Firebase. Before this, we can build the authentication functionality, which is important. So that's all for now. I think let's make this live stream small, and most probably I will live stream today and finish this authentication, and we will build further. Okay. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next live stream. Welcome to another live stream, guys. So in this live stream, we will build the remaining part. We will continue building the authentication, uploading a post, the onboarding flow, and then we will continue building the application in the next parts. Okay. So in today's video, our focus is on authentication or onboarding flow and posting a post. Okay. So let's start. I think the live stream is nice and good to go. So let's start. So in the previous one, we have built this sidebar, we have built this demo, post component, everything is good to go. We have also built the authentication page in the first video, in the first part of this series. So if you haven't watched that one, so please watch it first and then continue building from this one. So let's start. So as of now, we have just created a local state inside this our home page, which will say that if the user is authenticated or not. So let me explain what I am going to do. So we have to first authenticate the user, and then we will ask some information from the user, like what the username they want to select, and what is their full name, and any other onboarding data which we want from a user, we can ask. And then if the user has authenticated, then he will fill up the onboarding form. Then we will save this data into file store, the Firebase file store, and we will use that data to do the further task, like using his username to show in their profile and all other things. So the point is, we have to onboard the user first, then we let them continue to our home page. If they have not onboarded yet, so we can't allow them to see the whole home page. So we will build a global state using use state API, React use context API, using use context hook, create context, use context, and then we will make use of use reducer hook, and we will build a full reducer function and full global state, so that we can use user information in every another component in our application, so that we don't have to do probe drilling inside our application. Okay, so that's why we are using use context hook. Why we are not using another state management library? Because in this tutorial I want this to be minimalistic, I want this to be minimal. So what I want this to be beginner friendly. That's why we are not using Redux, Justand, or any other state management library. We will just stick to use context hook, and we will build this application. Okay, and we can build that using use context hook, and we will not see any difficulty if we not use Redux. Okay, so you will find it very easy and very developer friendly. Okay, I will teach you how to use context hook. I will teach you how to make reducer functions and all of these cool things. So just stick with me and let's start. So first of all, we need to create a library inside this, which we will use to initialize our Firebase Firebase instant. So first we have to register on firebase.com. So Firebase is a backend as a service which is built by Google. Okay, so you have to register an account on their website. It is a free service which we can use, so you can utilize it and build application. Okay, so if you are watching this video and you can ask any question, you can comment in the chat box and I will try to answer your doubts. Okay. Let's do this. So I will create a new Firebase account so that you will not find any difficulty to follow along with me. So bear with me and let's create a Firebase account, a fresh Firebase account, so that you can follow along step by step. So go to firebase.google.com and create an account. So it will automatically use your Gmail, and let's use this. So it has a very generous free tier which we can use, which we can utilize, like authentication, building authentication. We can build authentication very easily. We will benefit from, we will utilize Cloud Firestore, and that's all. There's two things we need as of now. Also, cloud storage, we will need to upload the images part, upload the images. Okay. We will use Firebase storage to upload the images, and then we will insert the URL into Firestore so that we can fetch the images from our application. So our account is created, and click on the go to console button. You can read the documentation you should learn, and let's create a project. So we will name our project anything you want. You can name anything. So we will name it Instagram clone club of coders. If you have not registered on Club of Coders, I will suggest you to create an account on clubofcoders.com. It is a free website. I have created this website where you can learn full stack web development by building projects. It is free, and anything I do live stream here, I put it over here so you can learn without distracting, without seeing YouTube distractions. Okay. So YouTube is full of distraction. So if you watch any course on here, you will found that this is very beneficial for you to learn anything without even being distracting by YouTube. So this is very good. So this full stack e-commerce series is completed, and this is the series we are now doing, and this is the third part. You can click on the enroll now button and you can enroll in this workshop. This is free, and you can read all the descriptions here. You can just fill your detail and one click check out, one click enroll. So now let's start building this application. This is just a demo, so you can see that here you can access the course. So now Instagram clone club of orders. Accept every terms and conditions, and let's go. Enable Google Analytics. We don't need Google Analytics for now. Just create the project. So it will create our project. It will give us some API keys which we will use inside our application. Firebase makes our life very easier to do some tough stuff like authentication, uploading a post, and Firestore is a very user-friendly database, we can say. We can fetch real-time data. We can do many things from it, and you can read the docs over here. It is available for everything. So currently we are building for web, so you can see there is all the authentication you can find. So let me pull over my tablet so I can explain the tough things inside for you. Okay. So let me just quickly pull it over here. So we will create a first we will create a Firebase library so to initialize Firebase instant. Then we will use that Firebase instant to authenticate our users. So create the Firebase instant, then we will move forward to building the authentication form, which we have built it, but some parts are still remaining. So to build the auth form, remaining auth form. So what is the authentication flow here we are using? First we authenticate, then we will onboard the user. We will not redirect the user to the home screen, this screen, until they had not signed up on our and onboarded in our application. Then after onboarding, we will redirect them. This is simple step, and we will use a global state for it using use context hook and all the cool things. So here is our project is initializing, and let's wait for a few moments. Our project is ready, and now click on continue. It will take us to the home page or console, inside console. So here we can see we want to build for web. Okay, so you can check it out here. Yeah, like this. So I was just checking that the live stream is working or not. So it's working. Cool. So we'll create on the web button and also set up Firebase hosting. So we don't want to set up Firebase hosting as for now. We will nickname our web app. So COC for Club of Coders Insta clone web register app. It will give us some our API credentials. So I'm hiding my screen so that someone will not able to see my API keys. Okay. So you can go to your terminal and you can install the Firebase library by using. So we are using Yarn package manager. So I will use Yarn add Firebase. So it will install a Firebase library, and we will make another folder inside another file inside library folder, library directory, which is we will create a firebase.js file inside the lib folder, library folder, and here we will initialize our Firebase instance. So let's wait for a few moments to finish the Firebase installation. It is taking some time. Let's wait for a few moments. Cool. I think it's a big package, that's why it is taking a lot of time. You You can also follow along if you want. Otherwise, you can watch after the live stream by speeding up, so you can save your time also. You can ask any question if you have, if you are watching this. Sure, definitely. You should watch after the live stream to save your time. So it's done installing, and now we will use that. Now I will hide it because I don't want my API keys to be public, because then the keys, if the keys got compromised, then I will lose my data. So that's why. I'm finding where is the. So here is the demo. So Firebase gives you everything. You don't need to worry about it. You will, if you initialize the project, you will find the API keys and all the initialization instructions inside the website, inside the Firebase website. So I am just not copying my keys over here, because that will got my keys compromised. That's why. So I'm hiding it. So you can install all of these things. So what are the difference you should do? So after you put your API keys over here, which you will get from Firebase, so it will, you should not initialize it directly. What you will do, you should there is a thing called get apps from Firebase. You should import it, and let's check it length. If the length of apps, like Firebase apps, how many Firebase apps currently running inside our machine, so it will give us all our application. And if it's 0, initialize our app. If it is not, then initialize it with the current one. So that's why. So this will prevent from initializing the app which is already has been initialized. That's why we are doing this. So the only difference is this, and then you can get the DB from get Firestore, which is get Firestore, which you should import from Firebase storage, and Firebase Firestore, and Firebase auth. These both three are from different, like you should import get from Firebase /Firestore. Here it is, and you will see the auto completion now. Get Firestore. Okay. Get Firestore. And we need storage also, and we need authentication. So from Firebase auth. So here we will say get auth, like this, and we will get storage from Firebase storage. And you can import over here now. You can initialize the first instance of database storage and authentication. Firestore, like this. Const auth get auth, like this. Const storage is equal to get storage. It's pretty simple, and you should. The important line is this one. The const app is equal to get apps.length and this one. So you can hover wherever initialized apps. So another thing is, and I will hide it and I will paste my API keys so that it should initialize them. You should also export all of these things so that you can import them into another components on another pages. So to export them, you should use export and curly braces and then app db auth and storage. Now you should put your API keys over here. You will get your API keys from the Firebase dashboard. Now I have done initializing the library. Now we can use. Can you make the next series on discussion portal project with React or Angular and backend and MongoDB? It will benefit a lot of beginners who are looking for project. So I don't understand which projects discussion portal. Okay, so like Reddit or what you want to say, please detail a bit. So I'm thinking of building the next project. I have not think what I will build next. Yes, definitely. If you see my portfolio, I have built this project and it is open source. If you go to pranjalsoni.com/projects, you will see the second project or third project. I have built a Reddit-like clone in which I have used type or Next.js and PostgreSQL and a lot of another technologies. Yes, we will build that. Okay, don't worry. We will make a lot of tutorials on this channel. Now let's just create a state folder. And then we'll create two contexts. First one is the context which dispatch the state, and another context is for dispatching the dispatch function. So you will see what I'm saying here. So here we will create another folder. Another file which we can say global context.js, and you can say it like RAFCE, global context, like this. So first we will create two contexts using create context hook. Create context. And we will export them. So global context. And another one is global dispatch context. We want one context for state to consume state and another context for consume dispatch. Global context dispatch or global dispatch context. If you see the beta documentation of React.js, beta.reactjs.org, I think this is the correct URL, where you can find the talks related to use context and create context. They are very nicely explained and you will understand a lot of theory over there. Will initialize is both by null. Okay. Now, instead of saying it global context, because it will collide with it will have collisions with this name, so we will name it global context provider because it is a provider. It is the same approach like boilerplate code which you can use in any application you want to build to initialize a global state inside your application. Global context provider. You should use Pascal case for naming convention inside your React.js application. So here you can pass the children and you like this, and you can use over here. And instead of division, you can say global context dot provider. Simple. And inside this, we will provide the context like this. Remove the children from here. And we will say global context, global dispatch context dot provider. Like this. So it will provide the dispatch and it will provide the state. This will make sense after we will proceed further. So please bear with me. Now we will use a use reducer hook. Use reducer hook is same as use state hook. The only difference is in the use state hook, we are given a function to set the state. But in the use reducer hook, we are given a lot of better functionality to modify our state. If our state is complex, we should use reducer hook instead of use state hook. So let's use the use reducer hook. And it will take 3 arguments, but one is optional. First one is the reducer. What is reducer? Reducer is a function which will take 2 parameters. First one is your current state and the second one is action. And it will return your state. It will modify your state according to the action and return a new state. So we will create a reducer function and we will perform some action and then it will return a modified state, a modified new state. Remember, new state. We have to return a new state, not the initial one. If we will not return the new state, then it will not re-render our application. So that's why it will create problem in future. So remember to create a new state. You will see how we will create a new state by copying and nested lookouts and all of these things. So we'll create a global reducer, and second parameter, if you hover over the use reducer hook, Let's import it first so that you can see what it is saying. It is saying that alternative to use state is preferably to use when you have complex state users. So we do have complex state user. You will see we have comments, post, current post, the user data, the user onboarding data, and all of these things. So you have to manage the complex state, the complex large state. That's why we are using use reducer hook. And the second parameter is initializer. This is not compulsory. This is initial, and this is our initial state. We'll create our initial state and initial state. We can create global reducer, and global reducer is a function, and initial state is a object, array, anything you want for your initial state. We can separate it out into another files, or we can create into this file. It doesn't matter. So we'll create our initial state over here like this, and our initial state has an object which will say the current user, and it is an object of empty object. And is our user is authenticated or not? So currently it is default by false. If our user is onboarded or not, if the user has filled the information correctly, so we can make the is onboarded to true, otherwise default is false. Is on PO false, like this. Is onboarded, is authenticated, and the user. Currently we need only three things. The user for the user information, is onboarded to manage the onboarding thing, and this is what we currently need as for now. We can also make a loading state which is by default false. Nice. So we'll create another thing, inside the state folder. We'll create another folder which we will call reducers. We can create all our reducer functions over here. So we will create another file which is global reducer, as we have created over here. Okay. So here we will create global reducer.js. It is just a function, so we can name it as we want. We don't have to follow the naming convention over here. So here is our global reducer, and we can export a function from here. Export const global reducer. It will take two parameters, state and action, as I said. And let me tell you where you can read all this about. You can go to beta React.js documentations, and here you will create on learn, manage state, and scaling up with reducer and context. This article is a great resource for learning about the reducer hook and all of the things, all of these dispatch, context, use context. This is great documentation and easy to follow it. So you should definitely read this out. So it will take two arguments, state, two parameters, state and action, and it will return like this. And we will use switch case over here. It is default convention. You don't have to use switch case. You can use if else conditions also, but it is over default. What we can say, it is best practice to use a switch case in the reducer as the React convention. So action.type. Action always has two things. Action.type, what type of action is. So the action is to set our loading state the action is to set the user information. So the type of action which we will use, and it will identify what do we want to do with our state. So it will identify, and like we want to switch the loading state to false or true, so it will identify that action.type is set loading to true or false, and it will run this that case. That's how it is. So we can create actions like this: set user. So it will set our user, and it will return a new state. Okay, it will return a new state where dot 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 means destructure our current state, dot dot dot, and return a new state like this. So if you see, our current state has everything, so we do not want to interrupt another key value pairs inside our initial state. We only want to set the user data. And how can we do that? We can just say user. Here we can just say user, and which is action dot payload. It has two things, action and payload. Action has two things. Action we will give from any component. This is the action and this is the data. Do anything what you want. So that's how we are doing it. Action dot payload dot user. That's how. And another case is set loading. We can say set loading. Set like this, and return a new state, and set the loading state to action dot payload dot loading, or we can say is loading. Is loading is much, because we have is loading like this. So instead of loading, is loading. Okay, so we just need an is onboarded and is authenticated. Another case is set is authenticated. Why we are doing this dot 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 stuff? Because we want a new state, and dot 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 state spreads destructure the current one, and we are creating a new object and returning a new state. As I said, if we do not return the new state, it will not re-render our application and we will face issues. That's why. Set is authenticated. So is authenticated is action dot payload. We can just skip the payload and we can directly do this, but payload is a best practice. That's why we are doing this. That's the reason. No more. And another one is case set is on POAT. Set is onboarded. It's simple. It's just like set state function, nothing else. If you are using a set state like this, you can just do set state and this accept previous state, and you can just use like this dot 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 previous and simple like this. And instead of doing this, you will say false. And here we same thing. But what is the difference? Just syntax, nothing else. It's the same thing. So is onboarded on. Let's copy, because we want to be careful about the spelling. We do okay. Action dot like this, and we will make another case, which is if the user has do something another action which is not defined, so it will throw us some error. So default, if the action doesn't match any of those, then throw error like this, and we will say unknown action, and we can say what the user has type over here, action dot type, like this. So that's how we have created our global reducer. But here is a problem. It is using a, we should use parenthesis over here, I think. Or so it will make a lot more sense and a lot more cleaner, I can say. Yes. So it's a switch case statement, and it is all over here like this. So it's our global reducer, and we will import it from here. So here is our global reducer. Here is our initial state. We are initializing it with use reducer hook, and that's how we will create a context and all of these things. And now we will provide it with here, and it accepts a thing called value, and we can pass the values over here. So currently global is context we have created to pass down the state. So we can say state like this, and for here value we can pass down the dispatch. Dispatch is a function which will accept another thing. We will see what is dispatch and how it works. So it's as simple as that. So we have created a global context, and we can now use it inside. We should wrap over here the global context. So global context provider like this, so that it is available in all our application, the state. Now if you go to any component, let's see, let's go into the authentication component, and let's utilize that. We can import all of this data over here. So we should use context. We have created a context, and to use that context we will use context hook. So which context we have passed the value? This one, where it is global context, not the dispatch one. So it will auto import, and we'll just use the state like this. Or instead of state, we can directly do it like this. Let's log the state, so you will be able to see what the state we have initialized. So we are not able to see the authentication page because we have created a local state inside our home page. Here it is. That's why we are not using. So currently we will not use this one. We will use our global state. Global context. Now we will log over here, and we will see what is the problem. And state is authenticated. So we can destructure it. We can destructure it directly. Click on this like this. Okay, and let's import all of these things. Cool. Now if you see, okay, so here use context is not defined. Let's import. Okay, which one is not imported? Now everything. Let's save this. Let's refresh this. Okay, inside the auth component. Yes. So you will see this is our state currently, and we have logged it over here. So you can just remove it, and this is our state. And now the user is not authenticated. That's why it is showing over us the authentication page. And after the user has been authenticated, then we will redirect the user to our feed page. So now we will work on our authentication functionality. So authentication is very easy. We just have to call some functions which we are given by Firebase authentication. It is not giving us auto completion. Why? Because if you go to global context and use it as initial state, like this, I think it should give us now. It should give us, yes, it is giving us now auto completion because we have used it over here. So now we can just click Control plus space. If you are on Windows, I don't know what the, but Control plus space, play it around and you will find the auto completion. And is onboarded, is authenticated, is onboarded, the user, and is loading. All of these 4 things we need. What is the other thing we need? We need dispatch because we have to use that function. So dispatch. We'll use global dispatch context for that. Now if you log the dispatch, you will see what is this. Dispatch is a function which is same as use state. You can read about it. So this is our form, and we have to create 2 types of forms. So sign up form and login form. The difference is just this button. So let's create another state. It is a local state, auth form type. So the default auth form type is sign up. We should not use the constant like this. So we should make a form types functions here, and which takes a array and all the form types. So sign up, or we can create a sign up should be true at first, and another one is login. 2 types of forms are there, which is false as default, and we will pass this over here, dot login or sign up. So we will pass over here. So auth form type, set auth form type. So default one is sign up. So we can render over here. We can say like this. If auth form type I think it is not giving us the auto completion. Why? It should give us sign up boolean and login boolean. It should give us okay. So I think TypeScript helps us over here, but we should not use it, and we can use it like this. Instead of this, we should use is login for, which is default as false, like this. So we don't need any of this. So if it is login form, then render. If it is login form, then render login. Otherwise, sign up. If it is login form, okay, remove this one. Say sign up, otherwise login. Don't have account, and we can also modify it here, over here. Nice. We should only render this one if it is login form, because a new user can't forget his password. We should import the use state hook. So currently it is saying sign up with Facebook. I already have an account. So click on login and it will set the login status true. Yes. And it is a button. You can say it is a button. And after on clicking it, it will set the state, set his login form, previous one, and like this. If the previous is true, make it false. If the previous is false, make it true. So we will do like this, previous state and the false. So now if we click on this, it will create login, forgot your password, login with Facebook, doesn't have an account, like this, simple. So there is a problem. Don't. Yes. So click on this. Now it is working nicely. So after clicking on sign up, it shows a sign up form and login form. Now we have to authenticate the user. So if you see this, if we do not have typed anything in the input boxes, the over button is disabled. So after submitting it over here, so hello @ clubofcoders.com, or we can say and 1 2 3 4 5 6. We can also validate this field. You can do as a part of exercise for your own. And if we click over here, sign up, it will show you the data we have filled. So you can find the hook we have built for the use form hook. It's very pretty easy. And now we just have to pass this data to the Firebase authentication. Simple. So we'll import. First we will create another folder to handle promise. Okay, we will create the promise after. Let's see this. So we first have to import. So let's import auth from // sure /firebase, and we will import it. You can see all the recommended. So we'll click on auth, and auth gives some functions. Now inside this submit handler, first we will check if it is authentication, if it is login form or sign up form, then we'll perform the actions according to the form type. So we will check if is login form. If it is login form, then log in the user, otherwise sign up the user. Like this. It is simple. So auth dot like this. It gives us function. So we want to sign in. So where it is? Update current user, sign up, auth state. Where it is? I think let's check out the Firebase documentation. Here it is. So we will use this auth state changed hook to check our all things this, and we'll see login user. You will see create a user, state change. All of these functions are given to us. We can see password. Okay, so we should first go to the console. We should first enable the authentication inside our application before using it. So authentication, click on the authentication, and we haven't enabled our. So click on get started. And we want default email password. You can do all of these things. You can read the documentation. It is pretty easy. Twitter login, Google login, Facebook login, and everything you can do. And best part, it's free. You can also enable multi-factor authentication. Email password enable. You can also enable the passwordless sign in, but we are sticking to email password simple login. And also we will disable the email authentication flow. Inside your setting, you can see user action, you blocking. Email address verification. So we will disable this. We don't want to. You should enable it, but as for now we are disabling it, so that we don't have to worry about it much. So I think there is no option. Okay, here it is. Okay, so it is already disabled for us. So let's now use this. And You can also use the pre-built UI, but we are building our UI of our own, which is pretty cool. Email link authentication, password authentication. Click on the password authentication and we will create. So there are another function. We will not use this library. So we will import different libraries. So from the Firebase auth, Firebase/auth. So to check if the Firebase application is running or not, click on Firebase. Which should Firebase is not defined. This is our default application. Let's check here if it is Firebase. Okay, so we can ignore this. Okay, let's see this if it works or not. Then we will see what to do. So we want to sign in. So let's check sign in. Initially sign in with credentials. Sign in with email and password. So click on this and sign up or register. What we can say, email. Create user with email and password. These two functions we need. So these are asynchronous functions which we will see how to utilize them. So await. It will take the auth instance of ours which we have imported from // into the library and inside Firebase. And if it is not a login form, then register a user or create a user, we can say. Auth. We are not doing error things, like we are not handling errors over here. So to handle errors, we should use try catch block. And to use try catch block, if you use try catch block, there are two try catch blocks. So it will make our code less readable, and also it will clutter this component. That's why we'll create a new function to handle errors. So let's create a new function to handle error. And it will take another email form dot email and form dot password. Same. It will take the same arguments as the function. We will see what I'm saying. I will show you the errors. If we are not handling the errors here, so it will create a problem. But so let's use the dispatch function. So dispatch, and what it does is it will take two arguments. First one is the type of action. Which action is this? So I'm saying the action is, let's see the reducer actions. We want to set the loading to true. So set loading and payload. Payload is loading. So say is loading is true. And let's copy this. And after this one is over, let's set this to false. And while it is loading, so if it is loading, we are importing the is loading state over here. So we can show a loading spinner, something like that. So you can show the loading spinner. You can, okay, let me show you how we can utilize the spinner. You can use a Lottie animation for showing the loading screen. You can be creative as you want, but we are making it simply. Okay, so let's do over here. it is our form. Let's make it relative. Let's create another component which is, and let's use a spinner. Let's go to React icons. So we can say spinner. So a spinner node or loader like this. So you can choose any loader you want. I will use, let's say this one or this one. Let's choose this one. And let's import it. /ri or what is this ri? This one, like this, and save this. Now our basic logic is completed, and let's see if it is working or not. And only show. Let's see it over here. Okay, so this is our spinner, and it is currently. So what we can do? Cool. So let's see the bg black. Okay. Space wise 5 p10. Okay, that's why. So we should use p10 over here. And another thing is py5. Okay, I don't think we need it anymore. Cool. Let's make it cool. So we want only py10. Yes. Okay, the default one is okay, I think. p10. So the problem is I want to show the loading spinner to whole form. So I think we can use it inside this one. And I can set relative to its, I want to show its absolute and filled it fully. Now nice. And let's give it absolute class. And w full, h full, and let's give it bg of black and bg opacity of 10. Nice. And let's make this center flex, items center, justify center. Cool. And let's make this one bigger, so we can use size property over here, and let's go to 50. I don't like this spinner. Let's use another one. Spin. I think CG1 has a better. Where is CSS GG? Let's find a beautiful loading. Yes, we can use sun for our loading state. flat colors. Yes, we can also use the color one. Let's find where it is. Loading. Hmm. Okay, there are many, but I'm not able to find one. You can suggest any of the icon you want, but I'm not able to find. Let's use this one. Let's see. Yep, it is overflowing. So let's use the uh, insert 0. Now it is good. What is insert 0? So if you hover over it, you will see top 0, right 0, bottom left. So it will stick to the, it will fix the container. So now overloading, and let's make this spinner work like. So we have animate spin property. Yes, so our spinner is working. It's looking smooth. And what we should know, we can make it color like looks something like Instagram, and I will left it for you. You can make this look a bit cooler. You can also choose a Lottie animations for loading Lottie, as we have discussed earlier. You can search a loading spinner, which will make it more beautiful. Yes, there are many loading spinners. You just have to import it and just use it. These all are free and open source. So now let's just stick to it, and BG Opacity 5 will do the work, I think. Yes. And let's make it Z1 so that user will not able to click any of the buttons when it is loading. Yes, now the user is work hard too. Yes. So we are now able to click this button, but we don't want, okay, the email. So we have clicked the button and it logs us in. Okay, so our authentication is working. Okay, it is showing us errors. That's why I was saying to use the try catch block. The try catch block is to use to handle errors. Okay, so we will use them, and let's create a function to handle the errors. And let's create a folder, utility folder, we can say it. Handle promise.js. Export, we can default export it. We don't have to export default const handle promise. It will take a promise and like this, and it will handle it by using try catch. It will return us. So const, let's make this function asynchronous function, and it will return us array. So let's use the array. So let's do this. Okay, we need, so we should await for it, const data, which is equal to await promise. it will handle the promise for us. And now here, if it is error, then return us null or error. And if it is data we get from promise, then we will return data and error will be null. So this is how we are handling our errors. This is nice, and we can use them here. Instead of saying this, we can say like handle promise, and we can pass this function which is a promise. If you hover over it, you will see this as a promise. It is simple, very simple, and it will give us two things. If you hover over it, it will give us two things. First one is data and another one is error. As we have created data and error, data and error. I think now you will be able to see. No, it is not showing the documentation. I think this is how the documentation works. Okay, let's forget about this. Now we have const data and error, and let's make a temporary variable to let error, which is as of now, which is null. And if we got something, we can say it like this: login error. We can import it like this, and we can say it's sign up error, and we can say error is equal to, that's how we are. And let's install another library, yarn add react hot toast, which is a great library to notify, to add notifications to your application. If you search it, react hot toast, it is very great. I love it. I love this library. Make me a toast. I have used it inside my clubofcoders.com. Here I have used it over here. This is a very cool library. If you can watch this series for free over here, okay, if you want. Now let's do this. And error is sign up error, and let's show the error over here. And first we have to initialize the toaster inside the application, inside the app. So we can wrap in here toaster, and we can import it from react hot toast. This one, this is a wrapper for this wraps the toast component. Now we can use toast, we can call the toast function in any of the libraries. Okay, so now we have got the error message. Now we will set the login to false, and we will say that toast let's import the toast. Import toast from react hot toast. Toast dot error, because this is error, and let's show the error over here, which is this one. If the error is null, we don't want to show this, so we can say if not error, which means if the error is true, then show is, otherwise not, simply. And then that's all we need. And let's log the data as for now to see that the Firebase is authenticating the user properly or not. Cool. So it is very complicated function, so we can separate out the functions from here, and we can make this look a little bit nicer. So that's on you can do it. Handle promise is not defined, or we have imported it. Why it is not defined? Okay, let's see this. Export const like this. So we can default we can also default export this, but let's do this for now. I think this will work. So now it is showing us the spinner. We don't want to show the spinner, so let's disable it. Z1, not Z1, it is Z10. Now we cannot click on the any of this. PG opacity 10. Blur. Or nice. We don't want to blur this one, so we can say blur 0. No, it's not working. It's blurring this one. Okay. Cool. So we are not able to click it anymore because we have used the Z10 over here. Like this, Z index is 10, which is why it is up on the screen. That's why we are not able to click. And now we will show it only when we can make the component out of it. Let's make another component. Which one is? Let's create a folder. We will call this loading overlay. Let's create index.js. RAFCE loading overlay, and let's paste. Cool. And now let's use it like this. So while using this component, just remember to make sure that you put the relative for the parent component. You have defined the relative class name for the parent component. That's how this will work. Otherwise it will not work. Your loading component will not work. You should remember that. Now only show this when over is loading is true. And another fun part is we can also pass the props inside the loading overlay component. We can pass the props like is loading directly, which is I think a good idea. I think. So it will return, if the loading is true, it will return this one, this spinner, otherwise not, or we can directly use it over here. If is loading is true, then show it, otherwise not. So now the loading is fault, no loading is false, and the user is not here. I think the user, this is on our database of authentication. If you refresh it, you will see current user, because we have clicked the signed button before mistakenly. So let's remove this one. So I will just give me 2 seconds. I will remove this user. This is interrupting us very much. Let's remove this user. Cool. Now if we refresh this, everything works perfectly. We click on it, we will say hello @ or instead of hello we can say Pranjal Sony @ or let's just hello @word.com. 1 2 3 4 5 6 and click on the sign up button. Now it is sign up. Click on the sign up button and you will see the loading spinner. Then it will sign up. The loading spinner will be off, and cool. Loading spinner. Yes, the user is signed up, and you will see the user here. Here is our hello-world.com, and this all of the information now inside our application. If you see the session storage or the local storage or the index.db, I think Firebase puts its data inside the index.db, not inside local storage. It uses very best practice, so you should not have worry about security while using Firebase. And after the user has been authenticated, we should remove the default values over here. And now if we click on the login button, and the password and all fields are same, if we click on the login button, we will see it successfully logs in. Click on it. Yes, we got it. But if you try to sign up again by using this same, it will show us the error. Let's click on this. Okay, objects are not valid because something went wrong, which is objects are not valid if you mean to render a collection of children. Okay, because there is a problem. We are showing the error, but error is not a string, it is an object. So that's why you use error.message. If you see the authentication documentation of here, you will see the error handling over here, error.message. So Firebase returns as an object which has a code and error message. So we'll use error message to display the user. So now refresh the page. Let's put the credentials over here, hello.word.com, 1 2 3 4 5 6, sign up. It will show us a beautiful message. Email already exists. We cannot sign up again. And now click on login button. We should show success messages also. I think it's best idea to show success message. It's very best practice. Now click on login and it will successfully logs in. Let's show the success message and also reset the form. Resetting the form is also a good user experience. Submit handler, set loading to true, set loading to false, and after it reset the form dot, we can say here on change handler. So inside the use form we can make another function which is reset form, which is just a function which will reset our form. Set form to values, and we can export it, and we can now utilize it over here inside here, and it will auto complete reset form. Just call this function. reset form. Now our form will be reset and all the input fields automatically gets empty. And now let's show the success message. If it is not shown the error, if not error, then show the success message. If there is not error, toast.success. Now here we will do some conditional rendering, which is like you have successfully. If the user has signed up, if it is a login form, then not login. If it is a login form. If it is a login form, then you have successfully logged in. Otherwise, show the user you have successfully signed up, like this. You have successfully registered or signed up, which is good. If not error. Cool. Now if you go to, now the form is reset. Everything is cool. Let's click on hello@word.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click on sign up. It will show us error message. Now click on login. Now our form is login. Click on hello@word.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. So let's put another password. It should show us the wrong password. Wrong password. Now let's do this. Now let's try to login. hello@word.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. It should show us a success message. You have successfully logged in. That's very cool, no? So now we have successfully signed up or logged in a user. Now what we have to do? It is printing null. So what is null? We are showing something. So let's remove this console.logs. You should always remove console.logs for your production application. Leaving console.logs is not a best practice for production. If you are testing it out, try to remember it, to remove them after you have built your applications. And now it's good. So our authentication functionality is completed. Now what should we have to do? We have to register a user data. We want user to fill the information of themselves, like their username, their full name. We want their full name and username, so we should onboard them. So that's why after the user have authenticated, we should, okay, so let me explain you let's go into the iPad. So what I'm saying is, where is my, let me see it quickly. Where it is. I'm not able to find. Let me find it quickly. Okay. So what I'm saying is, here is the user. He can do two things. Okay. So it is very complicated and important part. If you understand it once, you will remember it for lifetime. So please try to focus it. If user can do two things. First, he can log in or he can sign up. Now what we have to do? If he has signed up, it means the user has come first. The user is fresh. He has registered on our website and he has to fill up some information to proceed further. We don't want the user to proceed further without filling his information. So we should allow him to fill the information in our onboarding form. So we will show onboarding form. Now if we log in, and let's assume the user has clicked on the login button, on the sign up button, and somehow he has or she has successfully signed up and the network got lost. After the network got lost, we after some time he tried to log in into our application. So we have to check even after login if we have filled his information, if we have the user information in our database or not. If we don't have the user information in our database, we should try to let them fill it out first, then proceed. So we have to call function, we have to call login or sign up, both steps. After these both steps, we have to call a function which is fetch user information from database. Fetch user information. And what is user information? If the user has successfully signed up or logged in, we will get a ID. So we will use that ID to find the user information from the database. And after finding that information from the database, what we will do, if it exists, then we will move forward to home page. Otherwise, we will take the user to onboarding form and he will fill out the information. Then we will proceed to the home page. That's how it is working. I think you have understood the process of thinking. This is a whole process you should know. Okay. So now let's go further and let's move forward. Cool. So after he has done this both functionality, so let's close it like this. So we can, instead of this, we can make another functions, which is we can call authenticate. Authenticate. I think the spelling is correct. And then do this thing, and we will just simply call it over here, await for authenticate. So it makes our code a little bit nicer. Now after doing this, before doing this, we will call a function which is fetch user, fetch the current user. So we don't have any data inside our database as for now. So we will make a function which will fetch the user from the database. So I'm saying again, we don't have anything in our database, so we'll not able to find anything. Find the user information with the help of ID or their email. We can do that. So after doing this, await for fetch the user. Now this will fetch the user, and it will, if the user is true, like if user exists, then we will set is onboarded true, and then we will move forward. Otherwise, we will do everything inside this function. So let's go into the Firebase documentation and Firestore, and let's initialize our table. We can say this is a NoSQL database, which means there are no tables, there are all objects. So how Firestore works, let's see, and let's explore Firestore. Let's go. Here you will see this is authentication. Now we will need Cloud Firestore. So you can read, you should read about it before proceeding further. If you want to understand it, you should read. We should secure our data. How should we utilize this? So you can understand it. It is written very nicely. So there are models and there are all the things. So there are documents, collections, reference, sub collections, all of these things. So nested collections, you can say. So let's see this. For example, you can create a sub collection called messages for every room document in your rooms collection. So there are rooms inside room A, and there are sub collections messages, message A, message B. So how this work? Let's understand. Read it. Each document contains a set of key value pairs. All documents must be stored in collections. So the file store doesn't have tables. It has collections, and inside collections there are documents. Inside documents there are sub collections, and sub collections has documents. So it is like this: document, collection, document, collection, document, collection, document, and all the collection inside first collection is called collection, and all the collections inside the parent collection are called sub collection. So collection, then document, then another sub collection if you want, then another document. So you can see it over in the Firebase. So if you go to Firestore database, click over here. Now we want to enable it. So we'll click on the enable, or anything it says to just make it continue. So create a database. So see this. This is very important thing to know. So we are using Firebase inside our client-based application, inside our client application. So here is the thing. We exposed all our API keys to the client. That means the client can access all our API keys. So we should restrict client to do some actions. We should not allow anyone to access any of our data. We should only allow restricted use of the data. So to do that, we can define some rules. We can define some rules to secure our data, which you can read more about it over here. Get started with cloud store Firestore security rules. So allow read write if some condition. So a condition which can be anything. If the user is not authenticated, then don't allow the user to do any of the action. If the user is not admin, then don't allow. So there are a lot of things to know, which you can read more about it over here. There is documentation, and we will just move forward for test mode. So what is test mode? Test mode is like allow everything. So we are just saying I am developing my application, so I need to test things out. And after I have developed everything, so I will figure it out what should be my security, what should the best practices for the production mode. Okay. So now we will just proceed forward with the test mode and click on the next button. And now we can set, after this you said you cannot change this later. This location setting will be location for your default cloud storage bucket. So we can choose any of your region. So how to choose your region? So let's say you are living, so you can choose nearby your location. Okay. So I will choose Asia Southeast. Asia Southeast. I will choose Asia Southeast. Okay, this is if function to, we don't want function as for now, but I will tell you a need to deploy a function. We are not using a function, but there is a need to use a function inside our application, because it will help us to secure and make our application robust. And what will be the use case, I will tell you when we will register and we will move forward. So enable it. So it will provision our cloud file store. Let's see how it works. Let me take a quick break so that it will take some time to provision our database. So I am back again, and let's start. Let's see. Cool. So where we were. So our cloud file store is done, up and running. Cool. Reload. And let's see this. So we can say start collection, and we can say collection ID, which is users. Next, we can define field over here. So we can use a email or a ID, anything we want. But I think email will be good. So let's cancel this. We can directly move to the code and we will see how to implement. So after the user has successfully signed up, which means we have to fetch the user. So let's see how to fetch a user from cloud file store. Get data. So here is, we will make a reference like db cities, and then we will get it like this simply. So get doc, and inside the cities collection get the document sf. If it is exist, then good, otherwise not. So this is, so let's copy this. Let's import it, doc and get doc, and instead of tv we want this, and instead of this we will use email. So use email, fetch user. So before it, let's comment it out, all of these things. I need to do one thing before. So the thing is, after the user has signed up, if we log out the current user, so as you see, auth dot current user, let's see what happens. This is our current user. You can see this is our current user. But if we refresh this page, if we refresh this page, you will find our user is null. Why is that? Because why is that? Because you should read the documentation in the authentication inside the web, inside the passwordless authentication. Let's click it over here, and we have to listen to a event. We have to listen to event like this, where it is. With the first one, get started, I think. Yes, this one. So we have to attach an observer using the on auth state change method. When a user successfully signs in, you can get information about the user in the observer. So we have to use it to get the user information. So how to register this event? So we will use the use effect hook inside our global context. That's where we are mounting the app. Okay, so we'll use the global context, and then we will utilize this information, and we will use this code snippet from here. So let's go. So we can copy it and we can utilize it. Let's go into where? State, context, and global context. And let's run a use effect hook. over here, because that's where we will check if the user is authenticated or not, if it is onboarded or not, everything. Let's paste this, let's import it over here. On auth state change, hover over it, it will return a function which is unsubscribe, and we should get that. Let's import auth from the Firebase library. It will return us a function which is unsubscribe. Auth user, if it is good, if the user exists, then do nothing, just set the authentication, which is dispatch type set is authenticated, and payload will be is authenticated, which is true. Otherwise do nothing, simply. Otherwise we don't have to dispatch, because the is authenticated is already false. That's how. Cool. And now we will return this unsubscribe function. Because it will run on cleanup. What is this? You will get to know about it. Okay, this is the way to get the user information and to register a listener, like this. Cool. Now if you refresh this, you will get to know that. Okay, let's import the use effect hook. If you refresh this now, you will get the information, and the user is now logged in. And because the user has logged in, you see that we have already redirected to a home page, but we don't want to do it, so we have to modify our home page where it is inside the index.js. If it is authenticated and if the user is onboarded, then you have to show the feed, otherwise not. This simply like this. Now we have the user. If you even refresh this, the data will exist now, like this. So how beautiful is this? It is working nicely. Okay, so where were we? We were inside the, so it is working nicely. We have registered a observer, and if you, where it is, now we can utilize this fetch function. Now our current user, and if you go to dot email, you will see that the email is hello.word.com. The user currently is hello.word.com, hello@word.com. Now we will pass this to this fetch user function, where it is like this, and it will take this email. Or we don't have to pass this, we can just do it like this, because it exists in the global. So find the user with the help of email or ID. So we are using email here, db user, and await get doc reference. Okay, so instead of doc reference, we can say user doc, user reference, current user reference, and instead of snap we can say current user snap get doc, get that document from the file store, and if it is exist, then just dispatches dispatch it like this. Type is set is on boarded, and payload will be what? Payload will be is onboarded, which will correct user dot snap dot docs dot data. It will return the snapshot data or instead of data. Sorry, we don't need we can say true. And before this we should also dispatch another thing, which is type of set user data, set user, and the payload will be user information, which is user, and which is current user snap dot data, and you can use it over here like this. And do we have imported the db or not? No, so we should import the db from the Firebase library over here like this. So remove the unused imports and let's go. So now we have, if the data exists, set the user to onboard, have to everything, and okay. And if there is no data, no such documents. So no user is not onboarded, user is not onboarded. Now we have to set our onboarding field to true, so we can use a onboarding state, which is okay. We don't have to use it anymore because we have created it in global state already. Okay, so we don't have to create this one. Now here we don't have to do anything over here. Okay, so we can just toast a message like this: please complete onboarding, like this. Simply we just have to await for it. So we are authenticating the user, we are fetching the user, everything is cool, everything is perfect. Now we have set our loading to false. Now we can show what we can use another form, onboarding form on form, and we can use on change handler from the use form. And what are the data what we will need? We will need username, and other thing we need a name of the user, so we can say it full name or name, simply name of the user. We need only two things as for now. I think that's good to go. Yes. So here we can say it full name or name anything we want. So let's say it full name, so it will be more descriptive. Full name. Instead of saying it on change handler, we will say it onboarding form on change handler. So it will be more descriptive. Onboarding form. And let's make two divisions where it is in the form section. It is same as it is. We just have to make this over here. It is not an email, and okay, yes, we should make another form, and we can separate this form out in another component, which will make this component a little bit more cleaner, but you can do it. We are just proceeding for now. Okay, so onboarding submit handler. Onboarding submit handler, which we will define a function which is asynchronous function like this, and we will prevent it default. We will prevent the default behavior of the form, and now we will log the details over here, which is onboarding form dot simply like this. And onboarding submit handler, and now we will use this onboarding form on change handler to into this field. Instead of name, we'll use onboarding form dot username and dot full name. So here are two things. Instead of type email, name, ID, email, we need username like this. Onboarding form dot username, because we have created another use form. We have created another form for it, which is this one, onboarding form. Okay, so to manage to both state differently, or now we will proceed to, we will just say it, let's go. Or we can say it submit simply. It's a submit button is disabled. We can pass another form which is not a perfect, is disabled. We can make another component, we can make another hook, so that it will handle if our form is disabled or not, and it will handle all the, like, what we can say, validations for our form. But as for now, let's just proceed. Submit, let's remove it if it is disabled. If let's make a simple logic over here, onboarding username. If onboarding dot username doesn't exist, or onboarding dot full name doesn't exist, like this. So it will disable the button. Or I think password, not password, full name. It should be onboarding, and placeholder just full name. placeholder will be username. Now everything is good, nice and clean, and we only want to show this form if the user is authenticated and not onboarded. So if the user is authenticated and is not onboarded, like this, and we only want to show this form if the user is not authenticated and not onboarded, is, or we can left it like this simply. Now you will see username and full name. Over user has already authenticated, that's why we are saying this. If you refresh this, email, password and username, it takes some time to load, so that's why we can make our default login state to true, and then after fetching the user, we can say everything about it. So to handle that little time difference, what should we do? We should, let's go to global context. Let's make this true, and we have to fetch the user. If there is user, fetch the user. So we will create a function. So we should export this function. Where is this? Set the user and set the so we can export this user. I think export this user. So export this function, and we can import. Okay, I think we cannot export it over here. So let's cut this, and inside the utils library, fetch current user.js. Let's create a function and let's export it. Let's import everything. So we have to make it as a React component because we are using this page. So for this page we have to create we have to use context, and to use context we have to create a hook for it. So let's create a hook. Use fetch current user, like this, and what we will return? We will return nothing. It will just fetch our current user, like this. This is a function. It will just call the function like this and return it. Or we can say, I think it's good. Or instead of doing this, it's looking good, I think. We are dispatching and we are toast. Just yes, this will do our work. We will just return. This should do the work for us, and let's import it inside this form. Authenticate, submit handler, fetch user. So we will import our context or new build form. Use fetch current user. It is returning nothing, so we can say is exist. but it is returning nothing. It is just a simple hook which we can use it like this. Okay, or we can return a function like this. Yes, we can return it. We can return a function, return fetch user. Like this. Cool. And we can import it over here to utilize it. Yes, now I think it will work nicely. And now we can use this use fetch current user hook inside our global context. Here we need it. Why we need it? Let's see why we need it here. Use fetch current user. We have to fetch the user after this one. Okay, if the user exists, we have to fetch the user. Let's see now it works or not. It is showing the loading state because we have set the loading state to true, but after the user has been fetched we should make it to false. So let's go into dispatch. I have already created this one, so let's copy this. So this is a tedious task, like this is a whole bunch of boilerplate code we are writing. Dispatch, type, payload, is loading. So to abstract it or to make it more readable or as to make it more beautiful, what we can do is we can create another functions so that it will which will return this thing. So we can make a function like set loading, and it will take 2 parameters or 1 parameters is loading. Okay, but we are doing it now, and I will explain it in another video. Okay, let's do this for now. Set loading to false. If the user exists, dispatch to is authenticated to true, set is loading to false. Or we want to set is loading to false anyway. If the user is not exist or exist, or we can say fetch user, because we want to fetch the user where it is, because we want to set the user current data. That's why we are calling it over here, which will set our onboarding to true, and like this. And now it is calling the dispatch to false. It is saying that usage, you can include it over here, no worry. Save this, save everything, let's go if it works. Okay. What we have not imported yet? Get doc db, everything is cool. What is the problem? Doc is not defined. It is defined. I think. Why it is showing? Let's refresh. Okay, inside the fetch user, where it is saying fetch current user. Yes, it is working. And no, index is not a function. Oh, lot of errors. What we have done wrong? Talk db users. I think this is not working nicely. db. Let's remove this for now. Let's see. Yes, error is gone. It takes some time to reload. Let's see. Let's refresh this. It takes some time, and after this it works. Cool. So we don't have to call this here. Why this is working? Because if you see, the first one the app mounts, then it will take it will already overloading status true. Then it will check if the user is authenticated or not. If it is authenticated, then it will set the authenticator to true, and then it will set loading to false, and then it will show us our onboarding form. Let's assume we have not authenticated. Okay, then what will happen? So let's clear everything. Index.db. Let's delete the database. Let's delete the database. Now if we refresh, okay, let's remove everything it has. Cache, storage, backup, storage. Okay, clear site data simply. Now we have not authenticated. Let's refresh this. Now you see it checks and it sets our email fields. Now login. Hello @word.com 12345. Let's click on sign up. Not sign up. It will show us the error message that error is not defined. Cool. We have forget another edge case, which is, let's see, what if the error is not defined? Okay, so we want to set the error only if it is defined, like this. Otherwise it will show us some error. Cool. Now it will know, it won't show us the. Okay, so now we have click on the sign up. Let's refresh this. Click on hello 1.12345 Error is not defined. Where is the problem? Okay, error is not defined. Yes, correct. Because we are using the error over here, and yeah, so here is the problem. We have separated this function, but we have not passed. We are not returning anything. So we should return the error. Return the error. Wait, authenticate. So it will. So we ideally we should also return the data, but let's error like this. Now I think it will work. Now if we refresh this, let's put again 4 5 6. Let's click on sign up. Okay, and index of is not defined. Yes, so the problem is users are not defined. That's why it is showing us the error. We have not handled the error over here inside. Where is it? Inside this one. We should handle the error over here. Handle promise like this. It will return us the snap and the error, and we will log the error over here like this. Log error. Now let's see. Still log db users email. Yes. So we should make a, where it is, inside we should make a users collection ID, auto ID. Let's do this for now and save this, so it will know that we have users collection. Now I think it will not show us the error. Let's try again. And index is not a function. I don't think where is the problem coming. This should not be the problem. The problem is over here. So let's move this. Let's move this function over here so we can see that if it is because of the new hook we created, or it is a default error we have got. Yeah, let's see. docdb users. Password should be 6 character. Okay, because email is not defined. This should be auth dot current dot email. If it is not available, let's return toast dot error. You are not. Or we can directly return it. Let's see if it works or not. Cool. I think that's not the problem. We should just return it. If it is not authenticated, let's log this out and see what is happening. Cool, you have successfully signed up and it shows us our onboarding form. Cool, everything is good. So it is our lookup, accounts lookup, and all of these things. Now let's set the doc. Let's say this const set user data. Let's set the user data. Okay. So here we will say we'll use a try catch block first, and we will say that we will use Firestore queries over here. Okay, so we'll say give me the user reference for collection. Okay, here is the problem. Oh, inside where it is. Got it. DB users auth collections. It's good, not a problem. Cool, not a problem. Collection, let's import it first. So I think we have imported already collection. Good. And it will take arguments Firestore and the path. So DB and the path of the users collection is users simply, which is users, like this. Now we have to make a query over here. Okay, so const user query, which is which we got from query inside the Firestore, like this, which will take the argument user reference first. So in which collection you are user collection, instead of reference we can say it user collection. Now it will take the collection and it will say what is your argument. So we will say where, it is like SQL, we will say where id is equal to this. So we will say where the username is equal to, like this. It is suggesting some auto completion. See, so is equal to the username that the user has typed, which is this onboarding form dot username. So this is our query. Now we will get the docs from this const users snapshot. It will return all the users which have this username. Okay, snapshot, which is await get docs. See, there are get docs from cache or server, so we will just use get docs as for now, and we'll pass down the user query here. Now what we will say, if user snapshot dot docs dot length, if it is greater than 0, which means the username already exists, so we will return toast message. We'll say toast dot error, sorry, not a message, we'll say toast dot error, username already exists. Username already exists. Like this. And another thing is, if it is not, if user snapshot docs dot length, okay, an array of all documents inside in the query snapshot. If the user snapshot does not have something, which means we can now proceed to save the user, which means set doc. Now the reference. Now we can create another variable for reference and then pass it down, or that we can directly do it by giving it directly inside this one. Okay, so which means we can directly say document with doc, and this is a reference. Doc means reference, give the reference, which means db users, and then auth.currentuser.email, simply like this. And now it has given us the reference. Now what is the data you want to save? Which now we will say that full name. We want the full name, so that outboard node full name, auth onboarding form dot full name. Now we will say the username, which is same onboarding form dot username. Now another thing, email, which is auth dot current user dot email. Now id, which is same auth dot current user dot id. We want id, uid, because we have some use case for it and created it when it is created, so that we can sort the user based on they have registered on our application. So we can say server timestamp. Why we are using server timestamp? It is a function given by Firestore, so that we can save a field like this instead of the client time, because the client can have different time zones. And then we will say toast.success user, or we can say welcome to Instagram clone by club of coders.com, like this. And another thing we can dispatch over here. So now we have set the user data. We can make the is onboarded field to true, which is type inside where it is set is onboarded and action. Sorry, not type. It has to, sorry, where it is global reducer. It has to state an action. Okay, so we'll say type is set is onboarded, which is action dot type set is onboarded. And another thing is action, sorry, payload, which is payload, and it is onboarded. These both are into action type and payload. Action dot payload, action dot type. This is action, this is action, this one is, so is onboarded, and we can say to true. And we can log any error if we got. We will call the set await the fetch user, where it is. Here we are setting the authentication state, so we don't need to set here anymore, and we are doing this, so we can set onboarding to true. And when we will do it, await fetch user if the user doesn't exist. Set user data, which is there it is. Just call it set user data. And now we have to handle the loading state here also. Okay, like this. This is repetitive code, I know, but we can refactor it to be more concise. Cool. Let's see if it is working or not. Let's refresh this. It shows loading username and full name because we have already authenticated. And now go clear site data. Let's refresh this. Now we have not authenticated. Sign up. Already use. Good. Now it is showing us some error, which is good. That word 11.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's click on sign up. 1 is also there. Okay. 1 2 3. Let's try 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6. Sign up. Now see, it shows us a beautiful message of successfully authentication. Now we can set username and authentication. Let's set the username and full name to Pranjal Soni, like this. And we are not able to see the here because okay, if this is not exist or this is not, like this simply. So we have just enabled a little bit of what we can say validations, but you should do it carefully. You can utilize any library for it also. Okay, now let's click on the submit button and let's see what happens. Cool. Welcome to Instagram clone by Club of Quarters. Now we have submitted our details to Firestore and you will able to see here. Now we have this one, hello world 123, and it has all the fields you have created. Isn't it cool? Now you have users. Now if you refresh this, you will see everything works smoothly. It shows loading. Okay, it is showing us this one. Why it should not show us this thing. Now let's see what is the problem. How it set user data. Cool. We should also fetch the user data on mounting the app. Okay, so instead of submitting, yes, we can fetch the user. We can fetch the user. Here it is. Or we should also fetch the user on mounting our application. So we can utilize here inside the global context. If the user exists, if it is authenticated, we should fetch it over here. I know it is showing us some error, and let's fix this. Let's okay. Handle promise is not defined. Yes, this is wrong. We don't need this. Current user snap instead of talk snap. Dispatch is not defined. We should also import dispatch. Oh, we have a lot of problem in this. We didn't notice this much problems inside this function. So let's dispatch. Let's import the dispatch global dispatch context. Now it won't show us, and let's also import the use context hook like this. And dispatch is not a function. Okay, why is that? Let's see. Dispatch is a function. Yes, it is. Where it is? Inside this one. Let's refresh this. Let's see if it works. Yes. These all APIs are working. Channel database payload. These all return 0, 200 is status code. But the problem occurs over here, which is dispatch is not a function, which means something went wrong. Yeah, it's because I think we should return the user data from here instead of all this. Here we don't get any error. Let's remove this fetch. Check if the user data exists in the DB. Simple. Handle promise. Let's close all the editors and let's focus on the one we are building, this one. So I think it's a problem of using the dispatch over here. Let's log this, what is it is returning. Null. Yes, so we are not getting this from, because this is a hook which is abstract from our application, so we can't use dispatch over here. So for that, what we can use, we can just return the user information from here, which is best, I think, and we can do all these things inside return. Otherwise, just return null. Cool. Now let's go to the auth page, auth component. User data. Await. Now let's fetch the user and let's log the data if it is. And we will perform some actions after it. And this is the same thing we can do in the global context. Like this. Okay, it is a, so we can just call it like this. And inside of this we can, as for now, we can print it if it is exist. Yes, if it exists, it has ID or username and all of our data. So what we can do, if the data exists, so I think we can't await inside this one, or we can make it asynchronous. I think it won't allow us. Oh, it is allowing us now. Good, nice. Data. So if data exists, or instead of calling it data, let's call it user data. If it is exist, if it exists, okay, let's dispatch and type of, we have copied two things over here, which is dispatch set user to current user data and is onboarded to true. Simple. Now it will do the work. Yes, now it will work nicely. If we refresh this, shows the loading button. Now the user is onboarded. Now it's redirect us to the home page. Cool. So it is much better now, and it is showing us that you are missing. Let's import this. We don't have to worry about this. Let's refresh this and let's see if the APIs are being called correctly. Oh, this is because, see, the APIs are being called again and again and again because the use effect is not working nicely. So we can just ignore it by disabling the ESLint over here. Now it will not call the Firebase store again and again. See, it stopped. It checks the database and it calls the, cool, it works. Nice. So now we are into the application, and let's do this magic over here also. Same, if the user data exists, which means paste all of these things. If the user data exists, okay. So we have authenticated the user, and after authenticating, if the user has signed up, we will say, we'll check the data. The data doesn't exist, it will not run, and this will make the false, and onboarding is already false, and it will render our correct form. But if the user has logged in, and user has two options: if he has the data or he doesn't have the data. So now if the user has the data, we will set the user to his current data, which is this, like this, and we will set the onboarding to true, and it will automatically, the user will automatically get redirected to the home page. Otherwise everything will work perfectly. And let's run this and let's see if it is working or not. So this is some complex logic, and it is what we have built today. You will see everything is working smoothly and nicely. And let's log out and let's implement this button. Now it is not working, and let's implement. Where is the header? Let's go into the header. Here is our header, and let's on click. We just have to call the logout function from the Firebase, as simple as that. Auth sign out, and we will also import what it takes. It takes the current auth instance, so we will just call it like this, and it takes auth instance, and let's import it nicely. Let's save this. Let's click on the logout. We have logged out, and but our current state have everything, so we have to tell our current state that this user has, so handle logout. So we can just refresh the page, which is I think perfect, instead of setting all the states and doing all that stuff. So this is a simple way. No, so this will handle logout. And we will just refresh the page. Window dot refresh the page, like where it is. We can just refresh the window.js. Location dot reload. We can use window dot location dot reload. So the user will sign out from our application. Now let's see. Let's log in. 3, 4, 5, 6. Now here is the thing. Inside our fetch user function, we should return it if the user doesn't exist. If Cool. It will say username already exists because it exists already. So Google, and it will save our data. Now we are into our application. Let's log out and it will refresh, and now everything is smooth. Let's click on login. Let's log in by this email 12345 6. Let's click on the login button. It will take us, it will fetch the data, it will do everything, and we are into our application. Cool. So this is our authentication flow working smoothly. Let's log out again, and let's 12345 6 login. Wrong password. Everything is nice and smooth. Now we are successfully logged in, and if you see, all our data is stored inside this collection. Cool. So we have completed today onboarding flow and authentication flow, and our user is now in global state. We have see how to use context hook, use reducer hook, how to make custom hook, and there is a lot of complicated things we have done today and a lot of learning. If you are a beginner in React.js world, so you will learn a lot, and how to manage authentication using Firebase auth, and how to handle promise, how to handle errors, everything. A lot of things we have learned today. Thank you if you have been watching this video, and we will stop this live stream, and I will see you in the another live stream. Thank you so much. So we are live, guys, and this is part 5 of building Instagram full stack clone with Next.js, Firebase, Tailwind CSS, and we are managing our state using use context API in React.js, and let's build the remaining functionalities such as like a post, comment on a post, save a post, and follow unfollow features. Let me check if the live is going smoothly, and then we will continue building our application. Cool. So let's have a look what we have done till now. So this is our application. We are using Firebase, and we have completed authentication part and post a picture, post a image part with caption. So let's log in into the application. Click on the login button and then login. We are into the application. You have successfully signed in. This is our application, and we are able to see all the posts here. Nice. And we can log out here, all the header icons. Now we will implement the like functionalities, comment and save a post functionality. Okay, then we will finish this tutorial. The profile page and follow and follow feature, I will leave up to you to implement. Figure it out and implement yourself. That is how you will learn. If you have any doubt, please ask me in the comment section. I will definitely reply and would love to resolve all your doubts. I have pushed all the code till now into the GitHub. You can check it in the description, and let me quickly paste a link over here. This is on my profile. This one I will post in the chat box. You can continue building the application. So in the file store, we can see we have two collections. One is post and another one is users. So we are saving the user's information after the user has completed the authentication. Then we are saving the detail about the user in our collection, and the key is email, and all the fields are here. So collection, and inside the collection there is a document and then another collection over here. So this is collection, this is document, and this is collection. So we can add and remove the field over here. You can select, and the file store is really quick and easy to develop web apps. Nice. So we are posting in the post collection. We have the username. That's how we are able to find out which user has posted this picture. Okay, so that is how we are getting to know. We can also mention the user ID over here if you want, like this ID. We can reference it here so that we can able to get all the posts related to that user ID. But here we can also get it through the username, because the username is unique. The unique thing, we can query the database using the unique key. Nice. So we are able to see all the posts, username, picture, good. So now we want a like functionality. Okay, so how will we approach this thing? This is our feed, this is story section, this is post section, and this is our sidebar. Nice. And in the header, loading overlay, we have this global reducer where we are defining all the reducers. And this is our global context. All the states are here. If user exists, set it to authenticated, fetch the user data, and then set the onboarding state to true. Otherwise, set the onboarding status to false. We are providing it like that. Cool. So I'm seeing this code base after a long time. So I have to look it through what we have done. Now we go to post. After one click on the heart button, it should save this like into the database. That's what we want to do. But how do we save this? How do we reference this? So we have to reference a like with a who likes this post, like the user ID. We have to remember the user who have liked the post. Also we want to reference the post which is liked. So post ID and user ID. And the third thing we can assure, so we should build a separate collection for it, or we should do inside a collection like inside the post collection. So there are different approach to solve this. There are different approach. Okay, so let's find the most optimized approach to solve this solution, to solve this problem. Cool. So let's first implement the like feature over here. We want a field herd, AI field herd. Yes, this one. And if someone clicks over here, then it should show it. Text should be red 500. Nice. And yeah, so if someone clicks on this division, okay, handle like post, so we will implement this function handle like post. So let's move towards upside and let's define this function. This is asynchronous. This will be a asynchronous function because we will be doing some, we will be saving the data into database. And we also need a real-time thing, like if someone clicks on this, the database will be updated and we are able to reflect that change into our app without delay. So we will use something like here we have used in the feed function, this one on snapshot, which will take care of real-time updates. Okay, when someone clicks on like button, it will be instantly get updated into the UI like this. So we are queried the database by created a descending post collection by referencing the collection post, query the database, and then on snapshot fetch the post and then set the post and then show the post. That's how. Cool. So this is a very tricky part over here. So let's not focus on tricky part as for now. Let's go simple and think step by step so that everyone will be able to understand what we are doing. Nice. So let's make a use state liked is liked. This means if the post is liked, then we will toggle the like button, which is by default is false. But it will be by default not false, because if someone has liked the post, we should show it liked, and if not, then we should show it not liked. So import the use state. So we will just set is liked to true, just like that. And if it is liked, then show the field hurt, otherwise show this thing like this. And let's see what we have done here. If you click on this, now the post is liked. But if you again click on this, this is not setting like to unlike. Why? Because we are just setting it true again and again. So we should previous state, and then we will set not previous state like that. So this means take the previous state and invert that state. So if it is false, it is not false, set that to not false. If it is true, set the liked is liked state to not true, which is false. Save this. Now if you click on this, not like, not like. You can do this on everywhere, okay? But what is not good in this thing? So we are just setting it for the moment, and if we refresh this, everything is gone. Okay, so we have to save it somehow, and we should fetch it again, so that we have to able to get this user has like these many posts over here. Okay, so how will we do that? So here we need two things, as I said. First, we need the post ID, which post is liked, and another one we need the user ID. So we will build a collection reference like it has combination of post ID, and it has post ID and the user ID. What I am saying is, let's go into the file store and click on start collection, which is the likes collection. So this is data modeling. This part is called data modeling, how we are saving our database, and this should be efficient enough so that it can scale to many users, and we are implementing a scalable approach over here. So just implement a likes collection over here like that. Click on next. Then it is saying document ID. If you see, for the post, document ID is post ID, and for the user, the document ID is user email. Okay, but here in the likes collection, what we will do, we will do something like this will be the post ID. So we will be able to reference the like, we will be able to find the like, and post ID underscore user ID like that. And what we will save in this. So this will reference the like. This means this is the user ID, and this user has liked this post, and we will save user ID and the user ID, and we will add a field post ID. Because we want to remember both of these things, which user has liked which post. If you not use any of them, then how do we know that who likes which post? Okay. Now the third thing we need is username. Okay, and why we will need that, you will find in the upcoming sometime why we need the username over here. Because let's assume an example. We want to show which user has liked which post. So we will click on the likes button, and then all the users will be shown. So we will need the username over there. That's why we are, where is that? Yeah, that's why we need username over here. So this is how we will implement the like functionality in our Instagram application. Now click on save. Here is our like. This is our first like. Okay. Now let's go to here, and instead of doing this, say like to Firestore DB. Okay, now let's comment this, and we will see how we are going to do that. Similar like this. How did we implement the post functionality? If you see over here, handle post media, handle upload post. First we will create a post like this. We will reference. We have created a post ID, then we have created reference, then post, and then we will set the doc similar like that. Okay, so here we will say post like. It contains the post ID, which we can find over here. This is our post ID. Okay, this one, this is our post ID. Now we need the user ID. Okay, now we need the user ID. Let me see. Yeah, now we need the user ID, and which the user ID, how will we get the user ID? So we will pass through it, or we have the user ID in the auth state. Okay, and so we'll import the auth from Firebase. Auth dot current user, I think current user, yes, dot where is the UID? This is our current user ID. Nice. Now we will need username. So we have already passing the prop down for the username over here. So this is just a username, and we can leave it like that. So this is the same thing. If you do this, or if you do this, if the key and value is same, you can leave it as it is, like this, and it will work like that. Okay, cool. Cool. So let me open the chat if anyone is asking the question. So I will be able to see all of your questions. Nice. You can ask the questions, and I will answer all of those questions you have. Okay. This is the post like which we want to save in the database. Now we will create the reference to it. Okay. Const like ref, and we will import the doc from Firestore. It will take the reference. First it will take the Firestore like that DB, which is we will import from our library, which is this, and then we will reference like this likes. It means go to likes collection, then then find the post ID like this, and then space like this, user ID. So go to likes collection, then find the document which has the name as post ID underscore user ID like that. So user ID is here auth.current user.id. Okay, and we should return it if the user is not authenticated. But if the user is not authenticated, they will not be able to move toward our feed page, our main page. We have already implemented a logic so that user will be able to prevent from going to auth screen to main screen. Okay. So this is post ID and this is auth.current-user.uid, and that's how we have created the like reference over here. Cool. Now we will save this like into the DB. So await set doc. To save something into the file store, we use set doc. Import it, parenthesis. Now what? It wants the reference. So we will give it the reference like ref, and then it needs the data, and we have our data, which is post like. This is our data. So this is how we will save this thing. Okay. Cool. So we have saved this into the database. Let's save this and let's see this if it is working or not. But here is the thing, is liked. How do we find out if it is liked or not? So here is the thing. We will use a use effect hook, okay, to find out if it is liked or not. Cool. So into the use effect hook, it will be run over each post. Okay. So it will be able to find out if the user has liked post, and it will get the real-time data from the file store as well. Okay. Nice. So as I said, we will use the on snapshot thing here as we have used over here. Where it is? Here it is, on snapshot. Let's import it, and we'll give the reference, and then we will fetch the data. Okay, but we will need the reference first. First we will reference, then we will create a query, then we will use the on snapshot to get the data. Okay, so let's first get the likes reference over here, collection, and then it will ask us DB. Let's import it, and then we will use the likes over here like that. Now we will need to make a query. Q is equal to which is to find out if this user, the current user, has liked the post. So get all the liked post of the current user. Okay, so let's import the query from file store, and then it will ask us to reference the database, likes reference, like this, and then it will ask us to where find out all the likes. Okay, so how should we do that? So we need to find out if the user has liked the current post or not. So we are saving the post ID into the database. Okay, we are saving the post ID into the database. So we will create a hook, a real-time hook that will fetch the real-time communication into the database and client. So let's see what I'm saying is, where post id is equal to. Okay, so we have to import the where as well. Okay, so where post id is equal to the current post id, like this. So it will create a query and it will fetch the real-time data like that. Then we will use on snapshot to get that data. So it should be likes query. Let's go into that and it will give a snapshot and we will return it over like this. Let's log to the console what are we getting over here to see. Snapshot. It contains docs and docs content data. Docs is an array which we have to map over here, and then we will get a single doc, and then we will doc.data like this, and it is, so that's how. And it we have to unsubscribe it from the use effect, like unsubscribe and unsubscribe likes like that. Cool. And then we have to return it from here. So this is how we prevent memory leak in our application. Unsubscribe like, and this is, and it will remember our real-time communication. So let's save this and look at this. Okay, import the use effect hook. Okay, it is saying that we should run this use effect hook if the ID is changed. That's fine. Open the console, click on the like, and it is saying post ID is not defined. Okay. The post ID is nothing but ID, simple. It is a post ID and this is the user ID. Now click on the like. We are getting this thing. Okay, so it is saved in the database. Okay, so clubofcoders.com is the current username of the current user. Okay, these are all the posts. So this is being saved in the database. If you go into the like, this is our like. So this is the current username, and that's how. But here is a thing. What we don't need is, we have to check if the post is already liked, then delete the doc, means delete that like, otherwise save that like, simply like that. Okay, so post ID is this. Find the like out of this collection, out of this whole collection, which contain the post ID is equal to the current post ID. Okay, that's how. But it will give all of these username. So this post may contain more than one like, because what if hundreds of users has liked one post, then we will get all of those likes over here. Okay, so is this a efficient approach or not? Let's think if it is a efficient approach or not. But I think we could find out why do we fetching all the likes when we can fetch one like. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Where the user ID is equal to the current user dot id, current user dot id dot uid basically. So this will give us one thing, because one user and one post, and one user can like one post only one time. Okay, so this is how we can reference it, this query. This is our query in from the database, and we can verify if it is true, then delete the dog, otherwise not, and then set the like to unliked like that. Yeah, that is a nice approach to do this. Okay, cool. So this is cool, is liked. Okay, unsubscribe like, change this to only like, unsubscribe like on snapshot. Now let's save this, and we will get only one thing. Okay, and const like, it will give us only one like, we are sure about that. Okay, and then we will check if the like exists. Yeah, snapshot docs map, and if it is exist, if like exist, set is liked to true. Simple. This is how we are doing this thing. Yeah, now if it is liked, then we will do what? Instead of doing this, if is liked, if it is already liked, then delete this, delete doc, and it will need a reference. We will give the like reference. If it is not, then await set doc, like this. But if you see over here, we are not saving the likes count into the post, so we can do it here, how many times the post is liked. Okay, so we can update the likes count. If we like the post, then update the likes count over here, and if it is not, then decrease it. So we have to create a reference for the post as well, and then we will increase or decrease the likes count into one post. And first let's check if it is working or not. Refresh. All the posts are liked, and if we click on this, okay, It should be like reference. Nice. See, it's working nicely. If you refresh this, it should not. See, it's working. Like feature, we have implemented our like feature. You will be able to see there is only one like over here. And if you click on this one, let's see the real time thing. See, a like is created. Okay, click on this again, one like more. Click on this like cone. Okay, so we have somehow created the like functionalities, which is efficient as well. We are using a separate collection for it. Nice. So this is how we are doing. We are just using this real-time thing on snapshot, and we are updating it over here, updating our local state, and we are deleting and doing things over here. We are not setting the like or dislike here. We are setting it over here, because after the confirmation we have received from the database, we are updating the like state, otherwise we are not. Okay, so that is how, my friends, we have created our like functionalities, and we will move forward and we will increase our like counter as well. Okay, so create the post reference like this. Previously, when I have created this clone, I have used something different approach. That's why I got confused. But recently, I have got another efficient approach. That's why I am doing this. That's very good. Cool. What we can do otherwise, we can just fetch all the likes into one time, and then we will able to update the global state, and then we will make the other things, which is a more complicated way, but here I have simplified it for you. This is simple, fast forward way to create the like functionality into our application. Okay, now reference to the DB, then we need the post, and posts are saved by post ID, so we will do this like this ID. It will give us the current post, and then we will update our post. If it is already liked, decrease the counter, decrease the like count. Okay, so update doc like this, give it the post reference, then it will need post reference, give it the post reference. Okay, and then we will update the database like this. You can hover over it and you can find it, an object containing the fields and value with which to update. The fields can contain dots to reference nested fields within the document. Okay, but we don't have nested fields. We just have the likes count like this, and we'll increase and decrease it. But here is the thing, how do we know how many likes are there currently? So let's find out. to decrease. Okay, so into the documentation, go to the documentation and search how to decrease Firestore, decrease a field value. Okay, so it is delete data, and we can find out the update as well. Where is the documentation? Data model. Add or manage data. Add data transition batches rights. So here we are just directly updating using await. We are not handling the errors properly. So you should handle the errors by using try catch block, which is a better approach. Okay. So it is directly updating. Cool. Instead of doing this, we can get the data and we can okay, so let's first get the post likes and await, get doc, give it a reference, and we have to give, okay, that's cool, post total likes, and this is our current post. We should be able to get the current likes as well over here. In the post we are getting, so we are, yeah, so we should get the total likes over there like this, and we can decrease this total like -1, simply like that. Okay, what it is saying, but here is the thing, it could be undefined, so we'll check. If it is undefined, don't do that, otherwise do that simply. Total likes, if it doesn't exist, what we will do, we will set it to 1, so it will 1 minus 1 0, so likes count means 0. We can't make it negative. Okay, so instead of we can also, yeah, let's do this, then we will see how it goes. Just copy this, total likes +1 0. If it doesn't exist, then fall back to 0 and +1. Okay, Now go to the post and we will be able to see the like. See, the likes count is 1. And if the other user has also liked this post, then we will increase it. And let's also again remove this, and we will be able to see it is removed again. Over here the post, now likes count is 0. If you click on this, likes count is 1. It's all real time. It's cool. So it's working fine as for now. Okay, and we can reference the total likes where we have written the 1000 likes over here like this. And if it doesn't have likes, and we will, if it has total likes, then do this. Otherwise, be the first to like this post. Okay, be the first to like, simply like that. Let's make it if the total likes exist, then total likes this is, otherwise this thing. Undefined likes. Okay, undefined, we don't want undefined likes over here. So I think it is not fetching the likes into the real time. Why is that? On snapshot we are getting the post and we are setting the post over here. Let's see. Okay, instead of total likes, we likes count. It is likes count. We are doing a mistake over here. Like this. Now it should work. So here it is likes count. Like if the likes count exists, then this must like, and otherwise be the first one to like. Now it will work. Total likes is not defined. Okay, sorry. This is no total likes. This is likes count. Now see, it is removed, but it is not updating in real time. Be the first one to like. Be the first to like. Okay, now we click on this. It is updating in real time. But if we remove it, it is not getting updated. Then what is the problem? If it is liked, then okay. This is cool. Okay, this is cool. If likes count exists, then this must like, otherwise be the first one. This is okay. What is the problem we are facing? Let's see. Refresh this. One like. We don't have one like. Why it is showing one like? Okay. It is not updated. Okay, so let's 0. Update it. It is also 0. Update it. Okay, now everything is good. What, why it is? Yeah. Everything is fine. Click on this. One like. Yeah. It's now working. It's now working. Cool. One like. 0 like. One like. Remove this. Yes. So we have did some mistakes. Now it's saving and working fine. Refresh again. You see? And now go into the incognito mode and we will sign in from another. Okay. hello@word.com 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6. Now it is showing one like, and if you click on this, it should increase this. Okay, it should increase this. No, it didn't. What could go wrong? It should increase. What is happening? If likes count exist, so what could be the problem if it is liked, and if it is not liked? Update a doc. Let's move the logic over here. Okay. Updated. It is not updating the counter, basically. That's what I saying. Oh, okay. So where could be the problem? So here we are fetching, and we are setting is like to true, but the likes count. Yeah, so here is the problem. Okay, so it should be now work. It should work now. Okay, so delete this field. And we need to also keep it. But if you do this now, then it will be set minus like count. Okay, that will be problem. And a note number. Everything is good. Now we click on this. We have done some mistakes. Okay, that's why it is. So we should delete the likes over there. Delete all the likes, okay, and we will test it again. It is not updating in real life. What is happening? I'm not sure. Yes, the posts are getting updated. That's fine. It is not a number. Why is that? Okay. So likes count doesn't exist basically. So when we click on the like button, it is false by default, and it will go and it will increase likes count, which is undefined plus 1. Okay, so if you go here and you will find undefined plus 1 is not a number. That's what happening. And if it is not a number, then we are facing some errors. Okay, so we have to first update it count like this. So go over here, update it like count. If likes count exist, means if post has currently some likes, basically it is what it means. Okay, so updated like count or likes count will be likes count minus 1. But if it doesn't exist, then updated likes count is equal to 1. Okay, that's how it should work, and we will pass that down over here. Now it should work. And then how about plus 1? If likes count exist, but we are not sure what we are doing over here. Okay, so it should be different in both this. Okay, so if we are disliking the post, which means if it is already liked and likes count doesn't exist, so we'll check if likes count exist. Either not, then likes count minus 1, otherwise likes count is equal to 0. Okay, we are handling this because what if the field doesn't exist in the file store? Okay, now go over here. If it is already, if likes count exist, then we will increase it by 1 like this, and if it is doesn't exist, it is 1 like this. So now it should be error proof. So it is some ugly logic because we are not using TypeScript, that's why. So JavaScript and all these things. Now you see this is working. Okay, and if you it is 7 like, let's remove all the likes. Only this post has like. Okay, so if you go over here, This post has 1 liked, this post has 0, this one also has 0, this one has nothing. And let's go into the incognito mode, and you can see this post has 1 like, and if now we click on here, it should increase it to 2. Yes, you are seeing it now has 2 likes. So that's how we have created the like functionality. Okay, so some part we have got lost, but that happens sometimes. Okay, now you refresh it and it should remain 2 likes here, and if you click on this, everything is real time and all the things are getting confirmed from the DB. Okay, so see how cool is that. So we have implemented the like functionalities as for now in this today's live. And for how much time we are live, let me see if someone has asked the question. No. So you can ask the question if you want, and then we will proceed further. Okay, so it's now 1 hour and we have implemented our like functionality. Let's now implement the comment, and then we will move forward to implement the save post. It is similar. The save post functionality is similar, because let me show you quickly. What are we doing here? We are referencing the likes collection, then ID of the current post, and then the authentication current user ID basically. So ID of current post and then the current user ID. So here instead of likes, we just have save post. That's all. Everything is same. Okay. So let's now implement. I think we should go to implement the comment functionality first, then we will move forward to save post. So here are our form on submit of add a comment thing, and here we are rendering all the comments over here. So we will remove this and we will click on handle comment, handle manage, or we can say it handle post comment, and then we will handle post comment, and like this. It is also asynchronous function, and we will do like this. We will prevent the default, it accept the event, and we will prevent the default behavior of form, which is refreshing the page after we click on the save button. And now we will do all the magic with the Firestore comment functionality. So how should we proceed? We will just implement a table, or we will implement a start a collection. Let's see. It says comments. Or what we can do, we can just make a collection inside this thing. Okay, so we can make a collection inside the post, because one post can contain many comments. So one post can have many comments. So like this. Posts, this post has this much comments, and now click on next, and then we can auto ID, and now we can save the comment over here. So a comment can contain username, which is anything, hello 123. A comment will contain comment itself, and it will also contain this is a comment. Okay, and this will also contain what? Let me see. What should a comment has? Yes, that's all we need. Only 2 things. Okay. So let's make a comment like this. It should have. Let's generate a ID, random ID, as we have done over here. This is the random ID of a comment. Okay. We will use a nano ID. Okay, it doesn't have nano ID, so UUID before, like this. Now, post ID. A comment should have post ID. What if we want to find all the comments of a post? So we can search the post and then we can find the nested comments out of the post. Okay, that could work. But we can reference it over here. So it will be easy for us to real time fetch the comments. Okay. Or instead of I don't think we need post ID over here. We also don't need the user ID. We just need the username to show who has commented on our post, like this, username and comment. That's all we need. Yeah, so we can keep it as it is. Okay, nice. Username is here. Now we need text. We will call it comment, like that. So here is a thing I want to tell you. So we are implementing the comment, and each post has a comment input field. But if we do reference, or if we use a controlled component, which means if we use a state hook and then we pass down the value and do all the state thing, then it will re-render over every post again and again, and it is not efficient. So we should reference our input field and then use the reference value to post a comment. So let me show you what I'm saying. So the comment will be referenced by the use reference hook. So this is comment descript, or let's comment simply, and then it is initially it is null, and then we will reference it over here like that. This is our reference to this input field. Now what we will do, we will find out here comment.current dot value, and we will let's import the use reference hook like this. Okay, so it is comment. So we will rename this to commit data. Okay, comment.current.value. Created it. We also need created it because we will sort it by created it to show the user which comment has created first or so, and we will use server timestamps over here like this. So okay, ID, username, comment, and created it. That's all we need. And then we will save it to the DB. But before it, we should also reset our comment, and we should also reference comment db ref, or comment ref is equal to db, or doc, like this. How to reference a Firestore documents using a doc. Okay, so doc, we'll give it db and we will pass it down post slash post id, which is this, slash comments. That's all. Now we will need the comment data dot id, like this. This is our comment ref, and then we will save the document into this comment reference. So await set doc, and we will pass down the comment reference and the data we want to save. Here you can see document reference and then data you want to save. That's all. And then we need to fetch them real time. Okay, so we have already implemented this, so we will just use const comments subscribe comments, and simply we will use comments ref instead of this. We will query, and then we will pass down the reference. So comments reference first, it is okay, so not a query, collection basically. So it is a collection, we have just implemented it, which is what, which is inside the post, find out the post with given id, and then inside the comments. So this is collection inside this post document with id, and then go to this collection, comments collection, and then reference it. That's what it means. And now we will query comments query, which is query, and it will take the reference, and then it will take what do you find out, what do you need to find out. So we need all the comments of current post, which means okay, so we don't need where here, I think we can just fetch all the comments of a post. Okay, so we don't need to specify the where thing or the where clause. We can just order by them. As I said, that's why we have used this server timestamp, and then we can order them by what? First import the order by. Okay, so we have imported it from file store, order by, and created it like this, and we need to order them by descending. So show the latest comment first. Okay, that's what it means. Then we will fetch all the data like this, simply on snapshot. So snapshot contains this thing, and it will give us a snapshot, a callback function like this, and we will comments like this, get all the comments. So snapshot dot docs dot map over all the docs we got from the file store, and then doc dot data, and then we will set all the comments like this. All the comments over here. First it is empty array, and then we will set all the comments here like this, and we will unsubscribe them as well. See, that's how we fetched all the comments, and then we will render them over here. So instead of new array fill, what we have this is this, we have comment data, it has index. Instead of doing this, we will like this, and instead of this, comment data dot username and comment data dot comment. That's how I created comment. You created, okay. So comment functionality is implemented. I think it's good to go. Cool. Now let's test this out. This is awesome. Click on post. See, everything is working nice and smooth. Refresh. Here is our comment. Ha ha ha. This is funny. Okay. So why is Pranjal Sony 123? Because we did some mistake. It should not be the username of the who is created post. No, it should be the current user. So we will use auth dot current user dot id, or otherwise what we could do, we can fetch the username from our global state. We have already saved that thing. Okay, so let me show you our global context in which we have already saved the user. So we will use the use context hook to get that thing. Use context snippet. Cool. Give me the global reducer. Give me the global context. Okay. And it contains the state, I think. Okay, let me see. If we have use, okay, use context is open. Okay, so it directly give us the user initial state, which is, and we need username like this, because the one who is commenting is the one who is seeing the post, not the one who has posted this picture. So both are different users. Okay, so you should keep remember this thing. So we did a mistake and we figured out what we did and we fixed it. Okay, we didn't import it, the use context, that's why it is not giving us the auto completion. So this is how it is giving us auto completion. Nice and cool. Okay. Haha. Okay, so it is again not working as well. So who is this current user? I don't know. Club of Horrors. So let's log this user first, so that we are able to find out who is this. So I think this is correct. This is awesome. Now it is correct. The current user is Pranjal Sony 123. Okay, how do we check? Select from computer and let me check if this screenshot is okay to be published. So this is the tech stack I am using at clubofcoders.com. Club of Coders is a platform where you can learn coding for free. Go to clubofcoders/sign up. Sign up for a free account and let me know if you found anything important and anything useful on the Club of Coders website. Also, a small promotion. I am going to conduct a live cohort-based bootcamp for front-end development in which we will learn all the technologies, all the cool technologies to able to build production ready web applications. You can check it out, clubofcoders.com/roadmap/frontend. Let me know if you found this roadmap helpful, and you can also comment or you can also email me for any doubts you have. Okay, so let's post this thing. Open. This is the, see, this is everything is re-rendering again and again because we are using controlled components. We should avoid them as much as we can because they are not optimized. This is a tech stack. I am using it, clubofcoders.com. Click on upload. Uploading your post. See how smooth is this? Very smooth. This is so smooth. I like this. Post it. Cool. Everything is working like charm. Everything is working like pretty fast. If you refresh this again, you will be able to see fast, smooth, blazingly fast. Okay. Nice and easy. So go to clubofcoders.com. Go to clubofcoders.com. Click on become front-end developer in 5 weeks. Read about this website, what we are going to see. This is a great value live bootcamp you will be able to see in the whole market, and there is not exist something like this. You will not be able to find this course anywhere else. Find it, enroll in this. We are starting it very soon in October. So this is what I want to say, and you can also visit. If you don't want to purchase, you can explore everything, and these are all the things which are free. You can enroll in them and you can learn them. What you can do is, after you go on this and you can apply the coupon 40 off. You can click on the apply button and 40% discount will be applied, and you will be able to check it out. Instant checkout, nothing else, no question asked, fast and furious, blazingly fast. Enroll in this bootcamp and you are good to go. Okay, so where we are. This is, we have created, this is the Instagram clone. We have implemented the like functionality, which is beautifully working. Let's go into incognito mode. You will be able to see here, like this post. This is damn awesome. Let's go. Let's go, LFG. Let's go. And like this. A lot of rockets. Click on enter. Everything is smooth, fast, furious, cool. Comment on every post. Comment on every post. You can build it your own and like, and you can do everything. Okay. So this is the awesome project we have created. Okay, you now likes are shown. Okay, and you can see the comments here. Now what? Now I think we need to create the save post functionality. Okay, so let's create that one. It is similar to this like post functionality. Similar, exactly. Not a difference, not a single difference, just naming difference. Okay. So I think I will leave it up to you to implement this functionality, because it is similar to like post functionality, which is what? Let me show you what is it. Just like we have created the likes collection, you have to create a saved collection. Inside saved collection, you need to save post id, you need to save user id. So which post user has liked, so save both of them. Save when this post is created. um, Save everything you want to into that post, because if you want to render that save post into your profile page, then you will need some more data, like the image, the username, when the post is created, and what is the caption and everything, because you can't reference the other object or other document inside the Firestore from one place to another, because it is no SQL database. It is not SQL database. You can't reference things here, and it is Firestore. Okay, so you will need to put all the data you want in the save post. But what are the two fields which are required? Post ID and user ID. That's all you need. Create a saved post. Let me show you what I'm saying. Let me show you the example, and then you can follow the same process as the like post. This is the exercise, and if you complete this, send me email, comment it out, or if you find any problem, let me know. I will help you. Okay, so it is a collection implement saved post. So all the post will be saved here. Next, click on the next button, and it is a document. It will use post ID like this, underscore, similar to likes. Okay, underscore user ID. So this post and this user ID. So this user ID has saved this user. This user ID has liked this post. So similar thing, similar mind map, or we can say similar thought process. We are using this. So you can save post ID here, and you can save user ID over here. These are the two fields which are needed to reference the post which you have liked. Then you can find that post, or you can fetch that post, or if you want more optimized way, you can save all the data over here, like username. You can save the post image as well, username of the post who has posted this image. Okay, basically the person's username, so, and any other data you want. So these both things are needed, must needed, and these are optionally you want if you don't want to create the profile page. Okay, that's how it is working. Okay, so that's all. That's all for now. We have live stream. We have did live stream for 1.5 hours, and let me show you how you can implement the follow unfollow feature as well, because I will also leave it up to you. I am explaining the process. If you found it struggling, if you found that you are not able to do, please comment out. I will make another video and I will post. I will do another live stream to implement these features. But I am saying that you should do it yourself. This is how you will learn. Otherwise, you will not. Okay. Otherwise, you are just watching this video and enjoying it. Nothing else. Okay. You should learn to build yourself. You should learn to build yourself. That's how you will learn. Now we have implemented comment, like, and save. Now you want to follow unfollow feature. Okay, let me show you how you can do that. Follow unfollow feature. Cool. So how will you do that follow unfollow feature? Yes. And let me tell you an interesting thing. This is also similar to the like post. Everything is similar here. So you can build a relationships collections here. So it will handle all the relationship between two users of our InstaClone application. Create next. It will have the document ID as the ID. Okay, as the ID. User to follow, basically. User to follow and current user. These things you need to save. Basically, think like this. You have one post of other user. You are basically liking that post or you are following that post. Basically, same thing. Okay. Following a user sounds much sense. Okay, it makes sense. But following a post doesn't make sense. So we call it a like a post. So it's the same thing. Because a post can't like you back, okay, but a user can follow you back. This is how it works. So we are just doing, as we have implemented post ID and then user ID, here we are saying instead of post ID, user to follow ID. Okay, so which user you want to follow, write the ID over here, and the current user, basically who is following whom. Okay, so user to follow whom you want to follow, the ID comes here and your ID comes here, and you will save whom you are following. And okay, so you can save user ID. So what is user ID means? User ID means the user you are following, whom ID. Okay, who are you following? The ID. So user to follow ID, here it is come, user to follow ID, basically, or you can name it user ID, anything you want. Okay, it's up to you what you name these fields. And the other field is followed by, because it is much easier to understand it like this. Followed by, who is following whom? So this is the user to follow, and this is the user followed by me. So if it is me, and it is whom I am following, basically. This is how. So this is ID of the user whom you want to follow, and this is our ID. So we are referencing it by followed by. So when we want to fetch the data, like who follows whom, so okay, who follows whom. So how do we know that? So we will reference this relationships collection, and then we will use the where hook in the, or where clause in the Firestore database, and then we will give it that like followed by this user ID. So it will show us the following of a current user. So you want to know the following of a user, so we'll give me all the users followed by this user ID. So this is how we are using followed ID and user to follow ID. I hope you understood, and you can created it, so you can get to know, and you can create another fields as well, as many fields you want into this table. Okay, so this is how we are creating. Just very simple. It is very simple. Okay, so this is similar like a post, follow user, save a post. All three features are same thought process you have to follow, and same procedure. So we have already implemented the like functionality like this. So you should be able to do every save post and like a follow user thing yourself. Okay, that's all for now. I think I will commit all the code, and you can find it on GitHub. I have already pasted the link into the chat box. I will also paste the link into the description. Do you know what is remote procedure call? Calling backend functions from your client-side application is called remote procedure call. And if you join TypeScript with it, it will be called TypeScript remote procedure call, which means your backend call or your database call is now type safe. Now you can safely build application from front end to back end. So it will be like working in the same folder or in the same file. You should not have to worry about types anymore. You can directly use TRPC and Prisma and it will give you a great developer experience. So if you want to experience the type safety end to end, you should learn TRPC. And if you want to learn TRPC, I have something for you. I have created a course in which we will build a full stack blog application using Next.js, Tailwind CSS, TRPC, Prisma and Next.js. This course is hosted on Udemy. In this blog application, we will build functionalities such as like, comment, bookmark, multiple text support for a post, using external APIs such as Unsplash, uploading images and use of Supabase client JS library also. So if you want to take your skill to the next level, if you want to learn how to build a full stack web application over a weekend, and if you want to showcase your full stack web application to your friends and family, or if you want to showcase this project in your portfolio, this course is for you. Join this course and stay ahead from the crowd. Let's get started.